Hello. Oh wait, I just realized. I thought something seemed weird. It was this. There, now I have more of a human complexion. Hello. Good evening. It is late. I had planned on playing yesterday night, and then I got caught up with a bunch of other stuff, and then just wasn't in the mood. If I'm being real, sometimes I just don't feel friendly. I don't know the right word for it, but like I just wasn't in the mood after everything, so I ended up just chilling yesterday. So I decided I'm going to play this until midnight, maybe longer. I'm hoping that's enough time to get the ending for Yoichi's route. I'm fingers crossed on this. So we barely started Yoichi's route. I had some plans yesterday to play games with friends. So because of that, I didn't play for very long. So we actually only made one choice in Yoichi's route so far. So we're going to see how far we can get today. With the goal of ending at midnight. If I have to, I'll play longer, maybe. I'm a bit of a night owl, so I'm not too worried about it. And then tomorrow is Saturday. I'm trying to think because I'm trying to think ahead. Tomorrow is Saturday. I don't know. I might be playing Lethal Company tomorrow with my friends, slash my sister, because I had originally planned on playing Lethal Company with her on Thursday. But my other friends are on the other side of the world, and 6 p.m. my time is like 5 a.m. their time, and that just seems a bit early to get up just, for the company. As much as I love the company, work starts at 8 a.m. So I felt like maybe that was inappropriate for them to have to get up that early for it. But we had a small stream yesterday because of that, earlier in the day, and we might have another stream next week. I'm not sure if we're gonna keep playing Lethal Company. It's been really fun. I've enjoyed it a lot, so we'll see. I have a lot of fun with Lethal Company just because I'm playing with other people, and typically I'm not playing with anybody. Typically, I'm playing with animated, as my someone said, anime boys. Sometimes that's all I'm used to. I'm not used to anything else. So we're gonna see how it goes. But after this one is done, which my goal is to try and finish this before December 25th, which is why I'm like, if I work really hard, get through Yuichi's route tonight, I can start on the entertainment district sub story because they all have a sub story, which is kind of interesting. But the sub story itself is about 4 hours just to get through. So that can maybe get that done tomorrow or Sunday. There's potential to do it on Sunday, um, or even Monday night because I have different days off next week as opposed to this week simply because of the holiday. Hello, Asia. Oh, how's my new font looking? Ugh, is that still too hard to read? I tried changing the color and added a background so it'd be easier. Honestly, it doesn't look better than the blue. I'm a bit torn, honestly. It looks okay, but it's still hard to read against backgrounds. It's kinda hard to tell how it's gonna look until I actually have a comment because I was editing in it before. It still looks a little small, but I'm just gonna say what I'm gonna do next week for playing games because I'm off on Sunday, but there's a bunch of stuff happening Sunday specifically because we're gearing up for Christmas. I'm making cookies. We have a Christmas dinner thing planned that day for work, but Monday I'm gonna play. If I play on Tuesday, it'll be Tuesday night because Tuesday I'm usually off, but because I'm off on Sunday, I'm not off on Tuesday. I'll still play Wednesday morning. I'll still play Thursday. And Thursday, I could potentially play pretty long, so I might be able to. I just need to find a day to do the entertainment story to get to the routes. We'll see. I might not finish this before Christmas, and if I don't, I just have to buy my friend, like, food and meet up with her some other time to give her game back. But I thought it was crazy. I played 90 hours when I was playing, Virtue Evermore, which totally explains why there was a 12-hour stream for Virtue Evermore that I had to break down into 2 streams because it was too long, because it was killing me. But that took the whole month of November away from me. So, you know what? I'm trying to chill, I'm trying to have a good time, but I'm also having to remember that I have a full-time job, LOL. Anyways, here we are. We're back in not Yanagi's, Yoichi's story. We're at Yanagi's brewery, and we are currently in a relationship. Still hate Adpol and Lucas. Lucas still breaks my heart because I thought Lucas as a character was beautiful, like angelic, and I'm still mad that he had to become my least favorite character. He was one of those characters where, like, yeah, he looks great, but once you get to know him, no. But yes, here we are. We are pretending to be in a relationship with Yoichi. That's what we're at right now. And he just kind of asked us on a date, so we're going to see how this goes. Technically, it's training, but you know. Unfortunately, Yanagi's brewery hadn't received a single order from the resident in question since then. Oh yeah, that's also another part of the story. There is a girl that is sick and she hasn't gotten better. The doctors don't know what's wrong with her, and we think that maybe she's infected by a blight fall, possibly from a form folk. That's the other thing that's going on right now. Yanagi said he'd inform us as soon as an order came in, so it was only a matter of time. As impatient as we were, all we could do was wait for the time being. Yoichi and I spent our days serving at Yanagi's brewery like usual, while Kyuga patrolled the area. I guess we're lucky that a strong blightfall like Kamikiri hasn't shown up. There was no guarantee this situation would last forever, though. A powerful blightfall could appear tomorrow, even. I know all we can do is wait, but boy, am I angsty.
Ah, いた。
There you are. Yoichi entered through the back door and beckoned me over. What's up?
明日あんたも休みでしょ？だから道場で待ち合わせね。
You have the day off tomorrow, right? Meet me at the dojo. Sure. I didn't understand, but agreed anyways.
じゃあ明日、しっかり見てあげるから早めに来て。
She is like this. She just agrees to Yoichi every single time. Like, he's like dragged her into an alleyway and she's like, I don't know how to tell him this isn't where we're supposed to go. Like, you just tell him. See you tomorrow then. I'll be keeping a close eye on you, so come early. Yoichi quickly left the room without another word, leaving me alone and confused. Dojo? Keep a close eye? Oh, right. I finally remembered. We made plans to train together next time we had a day off. Training with Yoichi tomorrow. Another day we go on a date. As exciting, an exciting scenario, but we saw it as nothing more than an activity that we needed to do to be a fake couple. Thinking of it that way filled me with a sense of duty. Either way, I'm glad he'll be watching me train. I'll view this as a positive. Interesting. And then he's not there. It'd be funnier. Early the next morning, I came to the dojo as promised. Yoichi was already there doing some warm-ups of his own. Good morning!
おはよう。さっさと準備運動しちゃってね。
Morning, hurry up and do your warm-ups. Okay, I stood across from Yoichi, just like always, and copied his movements. Careful now. Bending forward, I spread my own palms out and tried to touch my fingertips to the floor. Even this was hard for me at first. I'd gotten much easier thanks to all the practice I've done. According to Yoichi, I'd be able to lay my upper body on the ground with my legs spread apart like him if I kept practicing. I glanced sideways and saw him laying against the ground, not straining in the slightest.
合いびきにしては色気がないとか思ってるの？
What, not sexy enough for a date? Not at all. I'm actually relieved to see you being yourself.
俺らしいね。
Being myself, huh? I thought he'd quip back up that being himself wasn't really a thing since he was a vessel, but he didn't press me any further. I need to focus on warm-ups right now anyways. Also, coming to the conclusion, I got even more gung-ho about my warm-up exercise. And then we fight.
準備運動はここまでにして。
That's enough warming up. Let's get started. Sure, let's do it. Oh yeah, battle music. Yoichi stood in a relaxed position. Although he might have seemed unprepared at first glance, I had a hunch that he could attack from any angle. I didn't see an opening. I could turn my body in a different direction and attack Yoichi, but he'd definitely block me. First, I need to get to where my opponent can't do anything. Yoichi wasn't going to just stand there, of course. When he saw me coming for him, he grabbed my wrist and attempted to stop me. Just gotta relax my knees to drop my center of gravity, turn my back, and then I used being captured to my advantage and turned his body in the other direction. This reversed our position, allowing me to attack Yoichi from behind.
やるじゃん。
It's like, nice one, and he just like pushes me and I fall. I was embarrassed to hear him give me a genuine praise. Ooh, my ears feel weird. Did I get hair caught under my headphone? That was strange. I've been practicing as hard as I can on my own.
ああ、前にそんなこと言ってたっけ？ちゃんと練習してて偉いね。
I told you earlier, I was impressed that you stuck with it. Thank you. What's going on? He's being kind of nice to me today. I wonder if something good had happened to him, while another voice inside my head immediately denied it. Even if something did happen, Yoichi's mood probably has nothing to do with it. Maybe he's starting to like me? No. Don't say things like that. That's when you get your hopes up and you ruin your life. Yoichi had said before that any vessel who'd been kind to me were only giving me the reactions I wanted out of them, which I'd be happy about since I'm talking about Yoichi here. It was entirely possible he just gave me the response I wanted for once because I was putting serious effort into training, or maybe there are people outside watching us train right now because people are nosy and we are like a TV drama to them. He always acts like he can't be bothered, but he takes coaching me in martial arts very seriously. Does he? While training with Yoichi, I was suddenly reminded of what happened a few days ago. That reminds me, he seems a bit off when we talked about the samurai's daughter the other day. He's the same as ever today, though. He said it was nothing. Maybe it was just my imagination. I shouldn't have been thinking about stuff like that during training. Huh. I felt like light as a feather. Before I knew it, I was on the floor. Not sure what had just happened. I blinked and saw Yoichi peering down at me, looking exasperated.
あんた、全然集中してなかったでしょ。
You haven't been focusing at all. He got me. He pointed at me, so I replied. I was thinking about you, Yoichi. I was thinking about food, Yoichi. Why is there such a space there? I was thinking about you. Yoichi would realize I was lying the second I tried. With that in mind, I decided to come
あん
clean.
たさ、普通本人に言わなくない？
Listen, you're not normally supposed to say that right to someone's face. I was thinking about him too. I mean, he's right there. Really? But it's true.
恥ずかしいやつ。
God, you're embarrassing.
でも、変にごまかされるより、はっきり言ってくれた方が俺は好き。
I don't know if the truth wasn't strange as well, though. I love that you were straight with me instead of coming up with some strange lie, though. Wait, you love? Wait, love? I love? Okay.
俺もはっきり言うから面倒がなくていいってこと。
I get right to the point too. It's less hassle that way, which I like. Oh, gotcha. Now that I understood, I remember what I had just said all over again. He's right. That's probably not something you should say to someone. Embarrassed, I found myself feeling a bit awkward. All right, now that that's settled.
なわけないから。あんた、今は稽古だからいいけど、これが実戦だったらどうするわけ？
I mean, I probably wouldn't have been as easily distracted if this was a real fight because then I'd be like, oh, my life is in danger. But I don't think you would try to kill me, Yoichi. You could try, though. I might be curious what that's like. I don't know. It's not fine. It's fine because we're training right now, but what would you have done if this was a
良
real
いから
fight?
ご丁寧に待っててくれるわけないだろう。というか、戦っている最中に考え事をするなんて、それ以前の問題なんだけど。
I'm so sorry. It's the ADHD in me. Blythefall aren't going to wait around politely for you. You've been having issues with thinking in the middle of battle for a while now. Yeah, I agree. All I could do was nod because he was right.
まったく、こういうところはキコを見習ってほしいよ。
Honestly, take a page out of the Vessels book.
キコなら無駄なことは考えず、目の前のことに集中できるし。
Vessels are able to focus on what's in front of them without letting themselves be distracted by pointless thoughts. Thanks. I couldn't bring myself to agree with his opinion, however. I deserved his warning, and I get that what he was saying, but still, I feel like there's a hair on my face, like just here, but I can't feel it. I'm paranoid now. I can't say I agree that thinking about Yoichi was pointless. I guess that's what separates humans and Vessels. I felt like he had just told me what's definitively humans from Vessels, which made me kind of sad.
ちゃんと聞いてるの?
Leah, are you listening? Yoichi peered into my face as he said this. Now's my chance. I pulled Yoichi by the arms as he let down his guard and pinned him to the ground. I straddled Yoichi to keep him from running away and firmly grabbed both of his arms. Wow, he's stunned. Oh no, I might have been the first time I'd ever seen him look at me that way. I must have done a good job if I get to see him make this face. I don't know.
ずいぶん嬉しそうじゃん。
You seem awfully pleased with yourself. Yeah, I caught you by surprise. You let down your guard, even though you said you weren't done training yet, so I knocked you down to the ground. You should have to follow the vessel's example, but humans can act after perceiving a momentary lapse in attention too. I must have been because I found myself in the unthinkable position of looking down on Yoichi. I found myself speaking rather triumphantly.
確かに、あんたの言ってることは正しい。こうして立場が逆転したのも、俺が油断したからだしね。
You're right, you turned the tides on me because I let down my guard.
ちゃんと稽古が終わりって宣言しなかったのも悪い。でも、今の状況がどういうことなのか、ちゃんと分かってる。
I love him. I mean, he's got a really nice smile, plus his hair, like this guy's a mood. Plus he likes food, like, me too, guy. That's on me for not announcing that we were done, but do you realize the situation we're in now? Of course I do. You let down your guard and I've pinned you.
そういうことじゃないんだけど。
That's not what I mean. Yoichi began to speak before I could ask what he
この
meant.
状況はどこからどう見ても、あんたが俺に迫ってるようにしか見えないってこと。
Any way you look at it, it looks like you're forcing yourself on me. Forcing?
何驚いてるの？俺の手首を掴んで馬乗りになってる。どう見ても迫ってるじゃん。
What are you so shocked about? You grabbed me by the wrist and are straddling me, forcing yourself on me. I want him to pin me down. You're like, it's backwards. It's the other way. True. Panicked, I let go of his wrists, but stayed on top of him. A girl who knows what she likes, I guess. I don't know. If anyone saw us like this, there'd be a huge uproar. We were all alone right now, but there was no telling when someone else might come to the dojo. I'll move right now. Fortunately, I was the one doing the pinning. I wasn't bound or anything, meaning I could escape right away. She's not bound, I'm sorry. However,
逃がさないよ。
not so fast. Yoichi reached out with both hands and grabbed my head. Yoichi? I tried to shake him off and run away. This is not what I was expecting. I was expecting him to pin her down, actually. Darn. I wish I was her in this situation. Oh, man. But he was so incredibly strong that I couldn't break free. Sometimes sentences like that make me a little uncomfortable. If anyone were to see this, Yoichi would be in a huge trouble too. But he's just using me as an insert repellent. Maybe I should think of it as a good way to further increase our credibility. There was nothing more I could do. Helpless, I stopped struggling for some reason. Yoichi looked outside. I guess Yoichi's worried someone might come along too. However, it only lasted for a split second. He looked directly at me once more. My heart skipped a beat, seeing Yoichi's handsome face so close to mine. So you admit it. You think he's handsome. Yoichi?
Nani?
What? He smiled softly at me, leaving me so nervous I couldn't follow up with anything else. Imagine someone saying what and you can't speak anymore. Honestly, his voice actor is also Very nice, I guess is the right word I'm gonna go with. Like, I think he sounds very cool and neat. I don't think I've looked up who his voice actor is yet, so I don't know what other things he's done. While I sat there at the complete loss for what to do, he pulled away, one of his hands pressing my head down. Then he let his hand fall, stroking my cheek with his fingers. I need a picture to understand what's being described right now.
あんたそういう声も出せるんだ。
That's how you know he's faking right now. Yoichi would never say this in normal circumstances. Cute. Didn't know you could make noises like that. Also, keep in mind she's straddling him. What a sentence to say while she's straddling him. Wait. I felt a tickle in the back of my throat and a chill run down my spine. It tickles.
へえ。
Yoichi smiled fondly like he just heard something good. I think I kicked the hornet's nest. My secret was out. Yoichi began to attack, zeroing in. Keep it together. I desperately tried to take it, but what can I say? It tickled. Gah. Oh man. Yoichi sighed in exasperation when he saw me burst into laughter.
色気がないね。
Not sexy at all. Oh my gosh. If sexy is what you want, I'm not sure I can help you. I'm not.
ないなら出させればいいんでしょ。
If you're not, guess I'll make you. What? Those disturbing words gave me a bad feeling in the pit of my stomach, which proved right. Bum bum. Oh, wow. Oh, wait, I need the previous CG that you didn't show. I need the one where she actually had his hands pinned. I need it. In my inner brain at first, this was like he was on his back, which is less weird to be straddling that way. Obviously, things changed since he did say he touched her face, but I just need the other one. This is a great CG. I also love this CG. Leah. Yoichi touched my bottom lip with his finger, then started to trace the outline of my lip. It didn't quite tickle. It felt like my entire spine was jittery. Dude, you're trying to kill this girl. Knowing this could be bad, I tried to turn away only for Yoichi to pinch my cheek. Ow!
じっとしていないあんたが悪い。
That's what you get for not sitting still. I mean, oh my god. He's being so unreasonable. He kept one hand near my cheek so he could pinch me at any time while laying the other near my lips. Oof. Ooh. Hugo! Oh, Hugo! Nice. Honestly, Hugo should have been a route, even though he didn't like girls. Cupid's Parasite, we are going to be playing in February. And Sympathy Kiss, I have planned for March / end of February if I can finish Cupid Parasite before the end of the month. We'll see. So nice. I'm going to have 2 games with him in it coming soon. I'm really excited for Cupid Parasite because all the art in that looks hecka adorable. And I'm still waiting to see if the DLC comes out around the same time or not. While laying on the other one on my lip, not Cupid Parasite, it is Juzanji. I didn't know that there was another Ruki. What the heck's Juzang? Oh no, don't do this to me. I've already shown you all the otome games I have saved right now. I need them to be in things I already know. Juzanji. Well, this looks flippin' lovely. Oh, they look like little cat people. Use also voices in Bunnie Parasite. I am sitting here adding bookmarks right now, and you're adding Bunnie Parasite. Bunnie Parasite. Bunnie Parasite is on the Nintendo Switch as we speak. Keep adding, why don't you? Money Parasite doesn't look as cute, but I'll probably still put it on my list. I don't know. Wait, is this a boy love game? No, that's a girl. That's a girl. Oh man, the guy in this looks just like Hyuga. Is that a reason to add things? Gonna add it anyways. We'll add it just for now. Token Ranbu. Token Rambu. Wait a second. Is that even otome? That doesn't even sound. Token Rambu says it's online. I don't think I can date people online. That's too much work. Hot samurais. Hot samurais. It's not otome. If it's not otome, we're not gonna play it. I mean, I'll play it. I don't only play otome games. I just liked. Oh my gosh! Actually, this cover looks beautiful. I mean, it doesn't have to be otome for me to make it otome. We were playing Lethal Company and making jokes that the monsters were hot. Anything's possible. Someone drew a fan art of one of the guys without a shirt on. I'm gonna stop Google searching that game right now. It's fine. We're on a beautiful CG. We can pause here. Kept one hair near my cheek so he could pinch it at any time while laying the other one near my lips.
こうして間近で見ると、あんたって可愛いよね。
Bro, you can't say things to this girl like that. She's already got a crush on you, Yoichi. You just said you're tired of girls flirting with you. You can't flirt with a girl you don't want. You're cute now that I look at you up
俺
close.
が人間だったら、あんたを好きになってたかも。
That's like the saddest sentence I've ever read. I still want to date token Rambu characters. There are some hot characters. I want to marry them. If only we could marry anime boys. Let me be her. If I were human, I might have fallen in love with you. Love. Was this really the Yoichi I knew? There's no need for him to act here. Does he really mean it? Why her? Let me be her. I'm so sorry, Asia. You just get to enjoy it from far away. I had no idea what had been going on through Yoichi's mind when he said that just now. Did he think I'd enjoy hearing him say that? I didn't even like Yoichi like that, though. Girl, you
あん
blushing.
たは、俺がキコでも好きになってくれる？
Would you fall in love with me even though I'm a vessel? Boy, girl's been falling in love with you forever. While I was in deep thought, Yoichi got so close, our lips almost touched. If I moved even the slightest amount, I might kiss him by accident. Me kiss Yoichi. My heart was pounding harder than ever. Although vessels had their hearts and memories sealed away, they looked like human men on the outside. Forcing himself on me like this... Forcing? You're on top, girl. Forcing himself on me like this made me keenly aware he was a member of the opposite sex. I need to understand why. I can't do this anymore. Sorry, I got carried away. I couldn't move my face, so I gave him a sincere apology to show him how sorry I felt.
分かったならいいよ。次からは気をつけて。
Glad you understand. Be careful next time. All this to teach her a lesson. I will. It seemed he finally felt like forgiving me once he had heard my heartfelt apology. When I saw his hands flop down, I stood up in a hurry.
よいしょっと。
Yep. Yoichi stood up too, then calmly wiped the dirt off his clothes like nothing ever had even happened in the first place. Something about what just happened doesn't sit right with me. Then Kyuga, who had been out on patrol, appeared.
順調にやっているか？
Everything going well. Kyuga! A huge smile spread across my face, seeing him show up just in
ど
time.
うした？
What happened? Nothing at all. I must have surprised him looking so happy to see him all of a sudden.
そうか。それより、お前たちの稽古を見ていたんだが。
Is that right? Well, I've been watching you train and... Huh?
何か問題でもあったか？
Any problems? No? Did Kyuga see what just happened?
ヨイチとお前とでは身長や体格差もあった。それなのに体の向きを変えて相手を動かせるとは大したものだ。
There's a height and weight difference between you two. Moving Yoichi by repositioning your body is no simple feat. What's this? Hyuga, did you only watch the beginning of our training? I suppose so. I see. Phew. So he didn't see it. The entire... Ooh. I wonder if that means that's why he started, like, getting way too close, because he was gone. The entire Oniwaban knew we were in a fake relationship, but that wasn't exactly something I wanted to show them, per se. I was relieved, beside me, Yoichi, now acting like his usual self, to ask Hyuga a question. So why'd you come out of your way to watch? No particular reason. But now that you put me on the spot, I wanted to pay Leah a compliment. Me?
最初に戦う方法を教えてくれと言い出した時はどうなるかと思ったが、なかなか様になっている。
Right, I wasn't sure what might happen when you initially asked us to show you how to fight, but you've really been coming
お前
along.
も立派な戦力の一人だな。
Thank you.
今後も頼りにしているぞ。
You're an impressive asset to your own right. I'll be counting on you for help going forward. Thank you. It made me so happy to get a stamp of approval from Hyuga, a samurai. I guess the solo crash course I've been doing plus the instructions from Yoichi paid off after all. Still stirred up, Hyuga looked back at Yoichi.
お前は彼女の師匠だろう。弟子に何か言葉をかけてやるべきではないか？
And you're her master, right? Anything you'd like to say to your disciple?
そんなことわざわざ言う必要ある？強制されて言った言葉に意味ないでしょ。
Do I really need to? What's the point if I'm being forced to say something?
だが、言葉で言わなければ何も伝わらないだろう。
She won't know unless you tell her, though.
はいはい。言えばいいんでしょ。
Whatever. Guess I should. Yoichi sighed, clearly bothered before looking me dead in the eye. What's he gonna say? Heart racing, I waited for Yoichi to speak.
筋は悪くないから、今後もその調子で頑張って。
You've got decent potential, keep it up. Okay, I will. I did feel like he was being forced, but a compliment from Yoichi made me happy all the time. Could you say it one more time? I'd be more motivated to...
嫌だ。
No. Don't say that, pretty please.
絶対に嫌。
Absolutely not. He turned away in a huff and my shoulders drooped in disappointment. Not only did Yoichi give me a compliment, he even told me to keep it up. It might not be much, but I do feel like we're getting closer from working at the same place and having him as my martial art master. Partially thanks to Yoichi's encouragement, the sword training we did afterwards ended on a good note. She's like, I'm doing good, and you can't say I'm not. Oh, look, it's a different room. Oh man, what do all these bottles say? Day after day, I continued working at Yanagi Brewery. Unfortunately, the situation hadn't changed one bit since then. I know there's nothing inherently wrong with them not placing an order, but Yanagi said they'd be placing an order any day now. But they didn't mean it was a done deal. I sighed without thinking about it, then looked around and me in a panic, glad no one was around to see that. I shouldn't have been sighing at work. God forbid I display emotions while I'm in a place for a long period of time. Focus. Focus on the work in front of you. Today I'd been tasked with doing inventory. I checked the bottles of sake lining the shelves to make sure that the inventory was listed in the ledger correctly. 2 of Nada sake. Yep, looks like the correct type and number of bottles. Next. Then Yoichi came over even though he was supposed to be minding the store. Are you back here with me again today?
違う。酒を注文したお客がそろそろ来るから、それを取りに来ただけ。
No, just came to get some sake. A customer will be here soon to pick up their order they placed. Gotcha. This one? I pointed towards a large bottle I was just about to count, and Yoichi nodded. Okay, here you go. I picked up the bottle on the shelf and handed it to Yoichi.
ありがとう。
Thanks. I found myself staring at him because I never thought he'd actually think
素直にお礼を言うなんて俺らしくないって思ってるでしょ。
You're probably thinking it's out of character of me to openly thank you. This feels like one of those anime battles in real life moments where they're like, yeah. I agreed purely out of reflex when he flatly pointed this
あ
out.
んたって時々失礼だよね。
You're rude sometimes. Although Yoichi said this, it didn't seem like he was actually angry with me. He sat on a shogi chair and patted it, inviting me to sit down beside him. Excuse me? I asked permission before sitting
さっ
down.
きの礼、酒瓶のことじゃないから。
I wasn't thanking you for the bottle just now. Huh? Then what were you thanking me for?
仮の恋仲の件。
For the fake relationship. I just tied it into when you handed me a bottle so that it seemed like I was thanking you for the bottle. When I asked him for more details, he explained life at Yanagi Brewery was much easier now that everyone knew about our relationship. The toothpick shop girl had been asking him out less, allowing him to focus not just on his work here at Yanagi, but also his Onyo-ban responsibilities. Imagine being so cute that you can't get any work done because everyone asks you out all the time. Gosh. Really? I'm glad it's been helpful after all. I felt bad tricking everybody at first, so I hadn't been terribly enthusiastic about it. Still, if it meant work was going smoothly for him and he could live more comfortably, then maybe being in a fake couple. I'm literally just trying to move the actual ottoman under my chair. I was trying to do it nonchalantly, but it keeps sliding in a way that is staying in the way. Still, if it meant work was going smoothly for him and he could live more comfortably, then maybe being a fake couple wasn't such a bad idea.
これでもあんたにはちゃんと感謝してるから。
I might not look it, but I really appreciate what you're doing for me. All of a sudden, I felt a weight on my head. Aww. That's basically, oh my god, Yoichi's a cat. He's just a kitty cat. He's super cute. And when he gives you the slightest bit of affection, you're like, oh my god, but in actuality, he hates you. And he doesn't actually want to touch you. And he's just like, I'm here out of convenience. That's a cat. He's a cat. And he likes food. All the food. Is that... I could tell Yoichi was trying to rest his head on my shoulder without even looking next to me. Except because of our height difference, he was actually leaning against my head. Is this him acting out of normal relationship too? Yoichi and we are the only two people here though. Why did he need to act when there was no one around to see
もう
it?
ちょっとこのままでいさせて。
Let me sit here a little longer, Leah. Honestly, this angle is more like he's behind her, so technically she should feel his shoulder.
あ
Sure.
りがと
Thanks. After thanking me once again, Yoichi let out a deep sigh. Wish I could see the look on his face. I didn't move, only shifted my gaze, curious. I pressed the button and then unpressed the
う。
button. Yoichi looked completely, totally relaxed. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think this has anything to do with acting. I think he just wanted some attention. Like a cat! Oh, he's a cat! I had my doubts about that a vessel would ever be affectionate, but it was exactly what a human would have done if they wanted some love too. Or a cat. I guess he gets tired just like humans do, even though his heart is sealed away. In which case, I decided to let him stay there as long as he wanted. I can take inventory
仕
from the
事はど
floor.
う？
3 bottles. How's work? Everyone's nice and work is
So-
fun. Yeah. That was all he said before falling silent again. Is he worried about me doing okay at the brewery? Earlier, he told me he'd give me a hand if I ever wanted to work here. And he's helped me train even though he acts like it's a huge hassle. Yoichi's just honest with himself. He's actually a nice vessel. Thinking of it that way made it hard to view Yoichi as just some object. I found myself thinking of him as human instead.
もう大丈夫。
Alright, I'm good now. I felt the weight on my head lessen as Yoichi stood
じ
up.
ゃあ、あんたも仕事頑張って。
Good luck with work. With that, Yoichi left holding the bottle of sake. Unable to keep my composure once he walked away, I nearly slumped over while I looked down at the ground. Leah. I looked up, panicking, when I heard someone call my name. Oh, Sato, what's up? My voice was shrill, failing to hide how shaken up I was. Oh no, did she hear the conversation we'd had? No, wait, wouldn't that be a good thing? I was an anxious mess inside, but tried my best not to let it show.
ちょっと聞きたいことがあって、あなたを探してたの。
I've been looking around for you for a while because I had something I wanted to ask you.
ねえ、あなたはヨイチさんのことをどう思っているの？
What do you think of Yoichi? My heart nearly stopped when she got right to the point with her question. Is she suspicious of our relationship? She wouldn't have asked it that way if she wasn't. I cautiously gave the answer Yoichi had taught me. He's a dear friend who means a lot to me.
それはあなたの本心なの？本当にヨイチさんが好き？
Is that how you feel? Do you actually like him? She asked this while looking straight at me. So she does doubt our relationship. If I couldn't convince her, Sato might make their other people suspicious of Yoichi and I too. It is. Yoichi told me he loved me, and I feel the same way about him. I fancy him and would love to know more about him. If only we were better acquainted, The words caught in my throat before I could say anything else. I don't want to get to know Yoichi better. I do want to get to know Yoichi better. I'm not lying when I say I want to be better acquainted. But only as friends, which isn't quite what Sato means when she said like.
この間、あなたとヨイチさんが道場で仲良く遊んでいるのを見たわ。
I saw you and Yoichi having a grand old time in the dojo the other day. You mean she saw the whole thing play out? I almost yelped with surprise, but barely managed to bite my tongue in time. Thinking back on it now, Yoichi did say we'd be practicing in front of everyone. There was nothing strange about her being there. I wouldn't be surprised if she heard us and came by at the dojo to see what we were doing.
こうして間近で見ると、あんたってか。
Wait, was he talking like that and clinging to me just to make sure Sato would see? It'd been bugging me how out of character Yoichi had been that day. He wasn't worried somebody would come along. He was acting precisely because he realized Sato was there. Drawing that conclusion made me feel a bit sad rather than relieved. Why does this make me feel so sad? I knew our relationship was fake, and even though it could be embarrassing acting the part, it made sense to me. Still, I couldn't reconcile why I felt sad. In spite of my best efforts, I couldn't hide how baffled I
やっ
was.
ぱりあなたの気持ちがわからない。
I knew it. You don't know how you feel about
確かに
Yoichi.
あなたとヨイチさんは仲がいいわ。でも、あなたのヨイチさんに対する態度はどこか一歩引いたところがあるように見えるの。
You definitely do get along with Yoichi, but you seem a little distant in the way you act towards him.
ヨイチさんから近づくことはあっても、あなたから積極的にしているのを見たことがないし。
He approaches you sometimes, but I've never seen you initiate anything yourself. You don't walk up to a god and ask for them to go with you somewhere. Like, what?
恋仲にしてはうぶすぎるというか、緊張しすぎているというか。
You're too unwordly for a relationship, or too nervous, I suppose.
とにかく、あなたを見ていると、ヨイチさんに恋しているように見えないのよ。
Either way, it doesn't seem like you're in love with Yoichi. What impeccable female intuition. Sato's watchful eye made me even more nervous.
私はヨイチさんのことが好き。あなたが来る前から、ずっと思ってる。
It does not matter how you feel about a person if they do not feel that way back. That's all I really have to say. You can say I've loved him longer than you've known him. It does not matter. If that person doesn't feel that way back for you, not your card. Wasn't your card. You never had it. I like Yoichi. I've been in love with him long before you were even here. Up until this point, I'd been guessing how Sato felt by observing the colors of her threads. Right now, they were pink and a mix of other colors denoting affection. She really does like him.
もしあなたがヨイチさんのことを何とも思っていないのなら、
If
今
you
すぐ
don't
別れて。
think anything of him, then break up with him at
中途半
once.
端な気持ちでいられるのはすごく辛いはずなのに、ヨイチさんはあなたを待とうとしてくれてる。
Yoichi's waiting for you even though it must hurt him a lot that you don't have your whole heart in this.
私はヨイチさんに気持ちを伝えて、きっぱり断られた。確かにあの時は悲しかったけど、今ならわかるわ。
I told Yoichi how I felt and he turned me right away. It made me sad at the time, but I
中
understand
途
now.
半端に期待させるような真似をする方が、もっと相手を悲しませて辛くさせるって。
Well, if Yoichi understands that, then maybe he's fine with this situation. Half-heartedly getting someone's hopes up will only end up making them even more sad and miserable.
だからお願い。その気がないなら、ヨイチさんと別れて。そして今後は仕事以外で彼に近づかないでほしいの。
So another thing too, right? Feelings develop, right? They grow sometimes. Sometimes it's not instantaneous. She admits she likes Yoichi. She admits she wants to get to know Yoichi better. I don't think that's wrong that she is not in love with Yoichi at this exact moment. And I think that this is just jealousy speaking and you don't have Yoichi's best interest at heart. You have your own interest at heart. Sorry, Sato, I'm not going anywhere. I'm begging you. Break up with Yoichi if you're not into it. And afterwards, don't get anywhere near him except for at work. But Sato's threads were filled with red and blue hues of anger and sadness. She's legitimately upset, so I can't talk my way out of this by telling her what she wants to hear. But that didn't mean I just agree with her. If I can't be near him except for at work, he won't be able to train me, and it'll get in the way of our Onuwabon assignments. Girl, why are you even humoring her? She's just some person. You don't even know her. Not like I can explain that to her, though. What can I say to convince her? Don't try to convince her. Be like, no. He picked me. He got me. If he wants to let go, he can. Convincing her would be tough, even if I said I didn't want to break up with Yoichi because I liked him. She's telling me to break up with him because she doesn't trust my behavior. Maybe I should just officially break up with him. The first thing to cross my mind was a strong reluctance to do that. Do I want to break up with him because it would make training and Onobon assignments difficult? Do I not want to break up with him? What, you're not really dating him? Still, you'd think I would know exactly why I felt that way. Girl, imagine this conversation. You are standing here in this room. This girl's like, break up with him. And then you have a 20-page dialogue about why you don't want to. I don't understand myself. Maybe there's something wrong with me today. When I saw... Oh, hang on. It's not... When I saw this, I was like, girl, go sit your butt somewhere else and mind your own damn business. Right? Like, there's one thing to like somebody and care about them, but like, this isn't caring about them. Like, you have to admit that relationships don't happen overnight, and two people will never feel exactly the same way about someone. That's just the truth. You can really be into someone, and that person could be into you too, but they might not like you the same or as much. And that's just how it is. That's just how things are. So, like, she admits she likes him. She admits she accepted the relationship they're in. Like, that's so weird. I'm trying to cross my legs because my legs hurt. But yeah, like, that's too much to be like, break up with him. It's really, that's you. It stops being about him when you're like, this is the only answer. Like, there's no chance in hell you're gonna like him. Plus, relationships hurt. They're not always perfect. But if you don't have them, you're never gonna, like, get to a good point in a relationship too. So, like, this is... I don't know. She does not have his best interest in mind. I don't understand myself. Maybe there's something wrong with me today. Girl, maybe I was just feeling sad and reluctant because day after day of no progress being made was wearing me out. And then Yoichi came back to the room.
あれ、佐藤の担当はここじゃないよね。何話してたの?
Huh. This isn't your station today, Sato. What were you and Leah talking about?
なんでもありません。
Nothing.
さっきの話、考えておいて。
Give it some thought. With those parting words, Sato bowed to Yoichi and left the warehouse. Excuse me, bow to me. An awkward silence fell over the two of us, left in the room.
佐藤と何かあったの？
Something happened between you and Sato? Nothing
なかったわけないよね。佐藤の様子も変だったし、何かあったのは一目瞭然だろう。
He's furrowing his brow. He's angry. Unlikely story. Sato was acting weird, and I can tell just looking at you that something
奉公
happened.
人同士でいざこざがあったなら、俺はそれに対処して解決する義務がある。面倒だけど、番頭だしね。
It's my duty to settle squabbles between servants. A nuisance, but my job as head clerk.
ほら、
Out
さっ
with
さ
it.
と話して。
Really, it was nothing. We were just talking about work. I smiled so Yoichi wouldn't doubt what I had just said, except you just said that he could always tell when you're lying. So, which one is it? Can he tell when you lie, or he can't tell when you lie? Truthfully, I should have warned him. Why did I lie? There was definitely something wrong with me today. I kept smiling anyways, and Yoichi scowled at me suspiciously.
なんで笑ってるの？今のあんた、俺たちより嘘くさい顔
I
してる。
said it. I knew it. Why are you smiling? I can tell when you're lying right away. It's written all over your face. I placed my hand on my face, shocked. It betrayed me. But I'm smiling from ear to ear. What was he saying? Written all over my face? No, it's not. I really am smiling. See? Smiling once again to further illustrate my point made Yoichi's expression turn even more sour.
笑顔ね。キコだって今のあんたよりもっとまともに笑えるよ。
You call that a smile? Even a vessel could pull off a more convincing smile than what you're going on right
今の
now.
あんたの笑い、なんていうか知ってる？
You know what they call that?
愛想笑いって言うんだよ。
A diplomatic smile. A diplomatic smile? I touched my face once more, time to be sure. I don't understand. I wasn't smiling normally. I smiled like this before, when they told me I was a monster. When I was banished from the village. When my father died. Alright, I was laughing out loud. My lips were gradually forming a frown. I didn't need to look in the mirror to tell I wasn't smiling anymore. I could feel it with my fingers. Hey, Yoichi? How'd you know I was forcing it?
そうだね。
Well, after giving it a brief amount of thought, he just told you. What do you mean, how? He began to
初めて
speak.
会った時から下手な愛想笑いするやつだとは思ってた。
I've always thought you were the type to fake a smile ever since I first met
それで
you.
も最近はその笑いを見ることも少なくなってきたなって思ってたんだけど、
You've been doing it less and less lately.
さっきのは今まで見た中で一番ひどい愛想笑いだったから見るに耐えなくて指摘した。それだけ。
Either way, that was the fakest smile I've ever seen from you. I just pointed it out because I couldn't stand looking at it. Really, I never thought he would have noticed from the very beginning. Vessels acted out emotions they learned going through everyday life. That must have been how he'd noticed it was a fake smile. But
言
then...
っておくけど、キコだから気づいたってわけじゃないから。
Just putting this out there. I didn't notice because I'm
聞
a
いたわけじ
vessel.
ゃないから確証はないけど、多分他のみんなは気づいていないと思う。
I don't have proof because I've never asked, but I don't think anyone else noticed.
ちなみに俺は相手の言葉と表情をよく見てるからすぐ気づいたってだけ。だから俺にごまかしは聞かない。
You're still a vessel, bro. It could still be because you're a vessel. I only picked up on it because I pay close attention to people's expressions and what they say. Lies like that don't work on me.
何があったのか。
Tell me what
話して。
happened. Now that you said it like that, I couldn't stay silent. Resigned, I explained that Sato told me to break up with him if I didn't love him back. Then she told me not to be anywhere near him except at work. I couldn't bring myself to tell him. It made me feel sad and that I didn't really understand why.
なるほどね。
I see. Once I'd finished talking, Yoichi nodded without looking at least a bit shocked. That didn't surprise you.
佐藤は女の新入りが入るといつもそんなことを言って相手を牽制するからもう慣れてる。
I'm used to it. Sato says this anytime a new girl joins the staff to keep them in check.
ああ、ちゃんと断ってるのに なかなか諦めてくれないんだよ
Date
ね。
every new girl? Is that what you just implied? I turned her down, but she just won't give up on me.
誰かと恋仲になれば少しはおとなしくなるかと思ったけど、まさかあんたにまで牽制してくるとは。
I thought she might behave if I was in a relationship. I didn't think she'd try to discourage you too.
あそこであんたと戯れている姿を見せたのは悪手だったかな。
Maybe letting her see me flirting with you was a bad move. I heard him clearly even though he was speaking in a low whisper. So he was faking couple stuff on purpose because he realized Sato was
で
there.
も佐藤はあんたのことは疑ってたけど、俺は疑ってなかったんでしょ。
Still, Sato might have doubted you, but I
俺の
didn't.
することに早く慣れてほしいっていうのが本音だけど、焦っても仕方ないしね。
Dear God, I want you to get used to what I'm doing soon. What are you doing? I really do mean that. But there's no point rushing it.
この件に関してはあんたの速度で慣れてくれればいいから。
Just get used to it at your own speed. By the way, BTW, I kept trying to say BTS in my head. BTW, don't fall in love with me though. Sure.
何？まだ何かあるの？
What else happened? Sato said to give it some thought. I think I have to give her an answer the next time I see her.
それなら俺が別れたくないって言ったとか適当にごまかしておけばいいでしょ。
Just tell her you don't want to break up or something. Just say whatever it takes to smooth things over. Sato is actually in love with Yoichi. Should I really just lie to her anyways? Girl, he doesn't love her back. You already admitted that vessels can't have emotions and they can't have feelings. So why are you trying to spare hers just because she likes him? She can't have him. He don't want her. Doesn't work that way. Just because she... Oh my God. But if I tell her the truth, there goes Yuichi's comfortable surroundings. With all this going around my mind, I couldn't come up with an immediate response. Yoichi gave me a harsh stare because I was being so indecisive.
何か言いたそうな顔してるね。じゃあ、あんたはどうしたいわけ？
Looks like you want to say something, so what do you want to do? I want to change myself to be with you. Ooh, those are very different reactions. I don't know. I mean, to be with you sounds like a bad choice. If I'm being totally honest, I feel like maybe that's the answer it wants. But to change myself, ew, that's not a better option. What do I want? Sato asked me to break up with Yoichi and not go anywhere near him except when we were at work. And Yoichi told me to just make up a lie. Both were the opinions of others, opinions I didn't share. Thinking back on it, I've been extremely sensitive to other people's moods ever since I started interpreting emotions using threads. I'd been reacting the way people wanted me to ever since. It was almost true. It was also true that some people viewed me as having no mind of my own because of it. Then they learned about my powers and feared me as a mind reading demon. Fortunately, I couldn't see Yoichi's emotions because he lacked threads. No matter what answer I gave, I wouldn't see the color of his delight or despair. I want to change myself. I wasn't fully aware of what I had just said. I only fully realized this was what I wanted to put in. I wanted by putting it into words.
自分を変えたいね。
Change yourself.
相手に合わせてヘラヘラ愛想笑いするよりよっぽどいいんじゃない？
Well, that's a huge improvement over accommodating others with fake smiles. Do you think it'll be easy to change myself? Do you think I could stop being a puppet? But for real? If you say no, I won't. I'll stay a puppet. I've been like this my entire life. As much as I wanted to change, I couldn't do it overnight.
別にすぐ変わらなくたっていいでしょ。
Interesting. Is this going to be the best
変えたいって意識して、
route simply
少しずつ
because...
変わっていけばいいじゃん。
Sorry, I'm talking over Yoichi. Is this going to be the best route because this is the one where she realizes I'm a person? You don't need to. You just keep your desire to change in mind and take it slow.
自分を大切にできないやつが他人を大切にできるわけないんだから。まずは自分の気持ちを大事にしなよ。
People who don't treat themselves well aren't treated well by others. Start by valuing your own feelings. I will. Thank you, Yoichi. I nodded in agreement with Yoichi's suggestion. I'm glad I talked to Yoichi about it. I'm sure I'd see the I don't know why my brain is just getting those words backwards really bad. I'm sure I'd still be stressing over it right now if I'd been alone. I should value my own feelings more instead of other people. Depending on my response, I could cause other people unpleasant feelings. Still, Yoichi told me to prioritize my own emotion. Yoichi normally acts after observing the way others talk and react, but he's in tune with himself instead of other people. Thinking of it that way made Yoichi seem more human than I was. Yoichi, thank you so...
お礼はもういいから。それより、例の屋敷から酒の注文が入ったよ。
Enough thanking me already. The estate put in an order for sake.
それで明日、俺たちで行かせてもらえるように、柳さんがしてくれたから。
Yanagi also arranged for us to go there tomorrow. Oh, is that what you came back to tell me? Yoichi nodded yes. Or finally get to investigate whether the daughter's formfolk turned into a blightfall. Yoichi looked grim in spite of the good news.
要件はそれだけだから。
That was all I came for. He sighed, then left the warehouse. Guess he's not interested in doing the investigation. Technically, this should have been the Samurai Town's crew job, but the Castle Town crew was handling this case. Very important people live in Samurai Town. I'm sure he probably thinks it's a huge hassle. Kazukaji and Shizuki Hiraoka. Why would you do this to me? I wonder what kind of people they are. I went back to work wondering. The next day, Yoichi and I arrived at the samurai estate together. It's huge. The Onuaban base was also pretty large, but this mansion blew it out of the water. Cleaning must be hard work for whoever lives here. I had the same thought the first time I saw the Onuaban base. It's so big, I might get lost. While oogling at everything, I made eye contact with Yoichi. He's probably getting mad at me for acting like a fish out of water.
行くよ。
Let's go. Yoichi pushed on ahead, paying me no mind. Okay. Scurry. He's been acting weird since yesterday. Normally, Yoichi would say something like, "Stop, you're embarrassing me."
どうしました?
Something the matter? I guess I stopped walking while I was lost in thought. The female servant came back for me, probably concerned that I hadn't came. It's nothing at all. Just surprised by how large the estate is. How many people are employed
たく
here?
さんいますよ。
Quite a few. Are any of them form folk?
はい。形人は5人ほどだと思います。どれもお嬢様が持ち主なんですよ。
That seems almost like an improper question to ask anybody. I believe there's about 5. The young miss owns all of
お
them.
嬢様は道具を大切にされる方で、どの形人も我が子のように大事に扱ってくださるんです。
She treasures her belongings and treats every form folk like her own. The servant telling me this had a testimonial tablet hanging from her neck. She must be one of the daughter's form folk too. The threads around her neck were pink hues of affection. I could tell she loved the young woman dearly. I wonder what she'd think if she knew one of her precious form folk had turned into a blightfall. I was suddenly reminded of Otome and Mitsu, which made my thoughts grow heavy.
旦那様、失礼いたします。
Pardon us, master. Up ahead is Hiraoka, the author of the bound book. The servant places a hand on the sliding screen and pushes it open. Excuse us. I followed the servant inside, lowering my head out of respect. I feel about as nervous as when I met Lord Yoshimun for the first time. This was partly because he was so important and also because I needed to ask him about his daughter afterwards. I need to bring up his daughter in a natural way without sounding
はじめ
rude.
まして。私が平岡家当主、平岡和景と申します。
He sounds very young. Nice to meet you. I'm Kaji Hiraoka. I cannot today. the head of the Hideoka family. I timidly looked up when I heard a gentle voice speaking above my head. You're so young. Leah? Sorry, I already messed up despite swearing to myself in my head that I wouldn't be rude.
よく言われるので気にしなくていいですよ。
I hear that a lot, so no
数
worries.
年前に父が亡くなりましてね。それで私が家督を継ぐことになったんです。
My father passed away a few years ago, which is when I succeeded him as head of the family. So that's why he's so young. Does that mean the young lady isn't his daughter, but his young sister?
ところでお二人は何やら私に聞きたいことがあると柳殿から伺っていたのですが。
I heard from Master Yanagi that you had something to ask me. Yanagi had communicated in advance that we wanted to inquire about something. Thanks to him, we were able to ask about the book without forcing the issue at all. Yes, I heard from Yanagi that you wrote books. If you don't mind us asking about them, Mr. Hideoka?
ああ、やはりその件でしたか。お恥ずかしい話ですが、本業の方でいとまができましてね。
All that. It's a bit embarrassing, but I had some downtime with our family business.
その暇つぶしにと書いた創始が気がつくと人気になってしまっていたんです。
The books I wrote to while away the hours, okay, became smash hits before I
ま
knew
さ
it.
かこんなことになるとは思わず、今では本業より書き物の方が忙しいくらいです。
I never imagined this would happen. Now I'm busier writing than I am with the business.
それとこの件に関しては内密にお願いできますか。騒がれるといろいろと大変ですし。
Could I ask you to keep this a secret? It would be a lot to deal with it if ever got out. Also, what's on your mantle back there? What is that glass jar thing? Look, what is that? Of course, Yanagi told me as much, so please don't worry.
そうですか。それを聞いて安心しました。戻ったら今後ともごひいきにと柳殿にお伝えください。
Did he? I'm relieved to hear that. When you get back, let Lapmaster Yanagi know I owe him a favor. I will. I was expecting someone much more formal since they're a samurai family. I'm glad he's nice. In that case, he probably won't object if I ask about her. Do you mind if I ask you one more question? When Yanagi told me about the books, he also mentioned a daughter.
ああ、しずきのことですか。
Do you mean Shizuki? Yes, and her illness, as it were. Mr. Hiroka looked always sadly, then began to
し
speak.
ずきは昔から病弱で、外で遊ぶこともめったにできなかったんです。
Shizuki's always been frail. She's never been able to play outside much. Doesn't that sound like someone I know?
それでも屋敷内を歩き回ることはできていたのですが、最近は起き上がることもできず。
She used to be able to walk around the manor, but lately she can't even get out of bed. What if she said she's an exorcist? Would that be too much? Would that go too far?
今日も部屋で寝ています。もし体調が良ければ会っていただきたかったのですが。
She's sleeping in her room today. She would have loved to meet you if she were feeling
見た
better.
ところ、しずきの方がかなり年上のようですね。しかし、きっとあなたのような方なら良き友人になれたと思うんです。
Judging by your appearance, Shizuki's a bit older than you. Still, I think someone like you would have been fast friends with Shizuki. That's a shame. That wasn't acting. I meant that for the very bottom of my heart. I wanted to meet Shizuki and ask her some questions about her form folk, but I guess I won't be able to. Thank you very much for speaking with us today. About your order, there was nothing more we could do, so I decided to wrap up with the brewery errand. The brewery. On our way home, I stopped walking when I noticed black threads creeping out of one of the rooms. Those are definitely emotional imprints, meaning it was very likely Shizuki was inside. I can't say for certain since I am not looking inside the room, but it looks just like when Mitsu turned into a Blightfall. Maybe worse. Sensing the densely crowded emotional imprint sent a shiver down my spine. One of Shizuki's 5 form focused the source. Just knowing this made coming here completely worthwhile. I turned back to look at the room at the very end when we left the mansion. What? After they let us check all the young ladies' form folks before heading home, there was nothing abnormal about any of their wooden tags, and not a single one had black threads clinging to them either. Maybe there are other form folks that the family is deliberately keeping hidden from us. The form folk who'd shown us around didn't seem to have an accurate grasp on how many there were either. Interesting. We'll have to keep investigating. I glanced over at Yoichi, who had been walking beside me. He was quiet back at the mansion, too. Wonder what's up with him. Worried, I reached out to him. Are you feeling all right, Yoichi?
別に悪くないけど。
I'm fine. Are you an acquaintance with someone in the family? You didn't look like you didn't look well when the daughter's name came up earlier, and you've been acting weird since.
知
Yes,
り合いなわけないでしょ。
we're not acquaintances. He cut me off
キコに
harshly.
なって初めて会ったし、俺たちにはキコになる前の記憶と心が封じられているってあんたも知ってるよね。
Oh my god. Is this who he's from? Is it her home? This was my first time meeting her since becoming a vessel, and you know our hearts and memories from before becoming vessels are sealed away.
それなのになんで知り合いだって
So
俺
why
が
do you
覚えてるの？
think we know each other? All right. He wasn't wrong. But then why is he acting so strangely? Maybe Yoichi was acting normal and it was all in my head.
今日のことお庭
Gaslit
番の
you.
みんなに報告するんでしょ？
We're gonna report back to the rest of the Onyoban about what we saw today, right? Yeah, I need to let them know one of Shizuki's form folks has definitely transformed into a
じゃあもた
blightfall.
もたしてないで
Or
行くよ。
she herself. All right, let's get going then. With that, Yoichi started walking without looking back at me. Wait up. I chased after him in a hurry so he wouldn't leave me behind. Also note that the young miss loves all of her objects very much. A few days later, I was walking through Castletown on an errand for Yanagi Brewery. Did I forget to buy something? I compared what was written on the piece of paper to what I bought, making sure I hadn't forgot anything. When I get back to Yanagi Brewery, I organize the warehouse. Once I'm done, Yoichi will do a training session with me. Yep, just another ordinary day. We hadn't received an excessive amount of orders, so it was back to our usual grind for us. I was spot on assuming one of Suzuki's form folks had turned into a blightfall. Now all we had left to do was determine which form folk and how badly Shizuki was affected. When this happened to Mitsu, otome was covered in so many black threads I could barely even tell she was human. If things are that bad for Suzuki, it's only a matter of time before her life is in danger. We either need to talk to Shizuki as soon as possible or pin down the form folk causing the issue.
Oi!
Hi! Hey, Otaro! How you doing, boy? You being sussy over there? You being a little sussy boy? Just then, Otaru came raining over, waving at me.
Otaro, 勝手に行かないで。
Otaro, don't run off like that. Tomonari came walking after him. The two of them seemed to be patrolling together today. Huh, why are they here when Tomonari's jurisdiction is Samurai Town and Otaru is the entertainment district?
な、その顔。俺たちが一緒にいるのが不思議って思ってるんだろう。
I can tell by your face you think it's weird that we're
今日
together.
は俺と友成で組んで平岡家について調べてるんだ。
I'm teaming up with Tomonari to investigate the Hiroka family today. You are?
うん。今回城下町組が調べてくれてるけど、それ以外にも手を回した方がいいって上は判断したみたい。
Yes, the Castletown team is investigating the case, but they've concluded that more help the better. But then, shouldn't the Samurai Town team be the ones investigating?
そうなんだけど、武家町の情報網を使って平岡家をいろいろ調べてみたけど、有力な情報は得られなかったんだ。
You're right, we looked into the Hiroka family using Samurai Town's intelligence network, although we didn't find anything to
あ
use.
の屋敷閉鎖的でさ。
They aren't very neighborly.
表向きの理由は具合の悪い妹をおもんばかってるって話だけど、怪しすぎるだろ。
Just think about it. Their official reason is that the sister's in poor health. Doesn't that sound fishy?
それならいっそ忍び込んで証拠をつかめばいいじゃんってことで屋敷に忍び込もうとしたんだけど
Oh, Taro, look at you, being a little sussy boy, breaking into places, got a little dog on your hip. So I attempted to sneak into the mansion, hoping to nab some evidence.
いやー形人が厳重に警備してて無理だったわ
But that was nigh impossible with the tight form folk security. Otaru was smiling about it, but he wouldn't be in big trouble. He would have been in big trouble if he had been caught. Tomonari seemed to agree. He shot Otaru a reproachful
あ
look.
の時はヒヤヒヤした。軽はずみな行動は控えて、みんなの迷惑になる。
It was nerve-wracking. Refrain from any risky behavior as you'll just cause trouble for everyone
はい
else.
すみません
Okay, my bad. Interesting. He's so easygoing and cute. Forgot cute.
一旦休憩するためにここに来たってわけあんたにも会いたかったしさ
I missed you too, Otaru. Anyways, we came here to take a quick break. I missed you, Leah. Me?
おう俺あんたが娯楽街に来てくれるんじゃないかって期待してたのに城下町組に入っちゃっただろ
Yeah, I was hoping you'd come to the entertainment district, but guess you joined the Castletown
最
crew.
近あんまり会えてなくて寂しかったんだよなあんたは
I haven't seen much of you lately and really missed you. How you been? I missed you?
なんで疑問系
Why was that a question?
僕も同じこと考えてた。
I had the same thought. Huh?
最近、君と会えてなかったから会いたくて。
They both came here because they missed me. Guys, you're the last two routes. I'm sorry. I have to go through the most beautiful guy with the best voice after this. I'm so sorry before I get to you. Tomonari, you're 2 routes away, okay? 2 routes. Just 2. I haven't had the chance to see you recently. I really missed you, Leah.
二人の男から思われてるなんてやるじゃん
Look at you, Leah. You got 2 different dudes thinking about you. Huh.
そういえば例の色恋増詞の内容もこんな感じじゃなかったっけ
Speaking of which, isn't that one bound book was about? Oh, have you actually read it, Otaru?
ないけど客引きをしてるとその話を振られるからさなんとなく知ってるんだよね
Nah, it just comes up sometimes when I'm chatting up customers, so I more or less know what it's about.
読んでおいた方がいいのかもと思って貸本屋に行ったけど借りられてるし時間を置いても同じでさ
I went to a book lending shop thinking I might as well read it, but someone had already checked it out. Still no dice even after waiting a while.
貸本屋のおっちゃんに聞いたら作者に内緒で転写してるんだけどそれでも間に合わないとか言ってたな
The guy who runs the book lending shop told me the author's been transcribing it in secret, but still didn't make it in time. Interesting.
あんたは読んだことある
Have you ever read it? Oh no, I haven't read it myself, although I have looked through it a bit.
僕も噂は聞いているけど、内容はよく知らないな。
I heard people talking about it, but I don't know much about the plot. If it's this popular, maybe I should read it too. I occasionally had opportunities to chat with customers who came into the brewery to pick up their sake. Trends were probably something I ought to be aware of.
なあなあ質問あんたとヨイチって仮の恋仲になったんだろ具体的にどんなことしてるの
Ooh, question for ya. You and Yoichi are in a fake relationship, right? What exactly do you two do? Taru's unexpected question threw me for a loop. All kinds of things.
いろいろってどんなこと？
All kinds of things like... Otaru and Tomonari looked at me curiously. Guess I have no choice but to tell them what's happened so far. I could attempt to be vague, but knew I personally wouldn't be able to convince them. I came clean to the 2 of them about everything Yoichi had done. Yoichi, I was not responsible, apparently. Otaru? Tomonari?
ごめん。でも、本当にヨイチがそんなことしたの？別人じゃなくて？
What had he done, man? He really hasn't done anything. Are you sure Yoichi did those things, not someone else? It was definitely him.
そっか。ヨイチがな。
Really? Our Yoichi?
全然想像できないんだけど。
I can't imagine him doing those things at all.
僕も同じ意見。ヨイチはそういうこと面倒くさがるし、別人って言われた方が納得できるよ。
I agree. He hates those sort of things. It would have been much more convincing if you said it was somebody else. Yeah, but that's fair. I never would have thought I'd have those kind of interactions with Yoichi back when I first met him. Nothing's happened with Yoichi. You pinned him to the ground and he cupped your face. Like, that's not... It's not... Is it me? Am I the problem? The days when just talking to Yoichi seemed to annoy him felt like forever ago. That's just the way it feels, though. I honestly haven't been together all that long.
こんなこと聞いていいのかわかんないけど、あんたはヨイチに利用されてるようなもんじゃ。
Not sure I should ask this,
嫌じゃ
but
ないの？
it sounds like Yoichi's using you. You don't mind?
もしそうなら言って。君と仮の恋仲関係を解消してもらえるよう、ヨイチに言うから。
If you do, just say so. We'll tell Yoichi to call off your fake relationship. Thanks, Otaru and Tomonari. I appreciate that. Otaru, Tomonari, thank you for worrying about me. I agreed to it. I don't mind that he makes my heart flutter sometimes. Everything's
ヨ
okay.
イチにドキドキするの？
Yoichi makes your heart flutter? Yeah, it's less Yoichi and more the things he does.
方に口づけされたとか言ってたもんな。じゃあ、ヨイチ自身にドキドキしてるわけじゃないってことでいい？
Right, you mentioned he kissed you on the cheek. Oh, that's right. Safe to say it's not Yoichi himself making your heart flutter, right? Yeah.
そっかそっか。それなら一安心だな。
Gotcha. That's a relief.
うん、よかった。
I'm glad. Otaru and Tomonari looked at each other and nodded. I was so overcome by Otaru intensity that I said yes without even thinking about it. Has Yoichi really never made my heart pound? I was on the fence about it. Is it all in my head? Am I going insane? No. I walked through Castletown with the two of them for a while, and eventually Otaru yelped.
やば。俺、そろそろ娯楽街に戻らないと。
Shoot, I gotta get back to the entertainment district soon.
僕も見回りの時間だから、武家
Hi
町に戻るね。
Jay, how are you? It's about time for me to do my rounds as well, so I'll be heading back to Samurai Town.
じゃあな。
See ya, Leah.
帰
Bye,
り道
Otaru.
気をつけてね。
Be careful going home. Okay, Tomonari, I will. I will. You be careful too. We all went our separate ways, Meech in the direction of the brewery, Tomonari to Samurai Town, and Otaru to the entertainment district. I actually told my sister that you check out otome games at your library, and she Googled it. And apparently, we in Arizona are one of the few who don't have that fun feature, sadly. Good, just had dinner and a shower. Winding down. Nice. That's good. I'm planning on playing this until possibly midnight. I have no clue how long his route is, but I kind of need to catch up. I got too distracted playing Lethal Company and didn't do what I had intended on Thursday. We all went our separate ways. I already
Ne.
said that. Excuse me. Just then someone spoke behind me. When I turned around, I saw Sato, one of the servants who worked at the same brewery I did, standing there. I know who Sato is. I don't understand. What's up? She didn't hear my conversation with Tomonari no Taru, did she?
柳様に追加の買い物を頼まれたのよ。あなたも買い出しに行ってるから合流しなさいって言われたの。
You smiling is honestly suspicious as heck. But I've had that same hair color, so part of me's torn with you. Mr. Yanagi asked me to do some additional shopping. He said to join you since you were out shopping as well. Did he? She didn't ask about them, and it didn't seem like she overheard our conversation either. Sussy. You sussy. What did Yanagi ask you to buy?
調味料よ。
Seasonings. Yay! I'll be up hanging with you in the stream tonight. Are you getting Yoichi's bad ending? I always try to get the good ending and then the bad ending. If I get the good ending, I'm going to stick around and do the bad ending. Again, if it's midnight and I haven't finished it, I almost knocked something off my counter. I don't know. We'll see how I feel. I'm a night owl. I usually don't go to bed till like 2 a.m. and it's not even 8 o'clock yet. I got 4 hours. And if there's 7 chapters like there has been, I might be doable. But I did get Kyuga's? Is that his name? Kyuga's? I got Kyuga's bad ending at the beginning of Yoichi's story as well. So I got all the endings so far. I'm up to date. This one doesn't make the not chapter selection. Oh, what's the word? What's that word again? Trees? The trees, like the option trees. You can't see them as clearly as other games, so it's a little bit harder for me to decide if I want to keep going through and getting other endings. I'm going off pictures. If I get the CGs, I'm good. There, I got all the photos. I did it. So that's my goal right now, is not missing any pictures. Seasonings. I see. The conversation ended in a blink of an eye. We were done talking. Neither one of us like each other. We're done. We must have something else in common to talk about. I racked my brain, but all I could think about was Yoichi. Given what happened recently, that would be a terribly awkward topic. The worst case scenario was that it'd make things even more uncomfortable between us. That's not even an option. I haven't done that. What was the right thing to do in a situation like this? Talk about the weather. It was pointless to bemoan my lack of social experience, but I probably wouldn't have made it so awkward in the first place if I'd been around people more. Or if she was a boy. I always use the Otome Kittens walkthroughs. I like to get all the endings possible, especially. Otome Kitten is awesome. I love Otome Kitten. I thought about sending them a message once to ask them for some advice on things because, like, it's the best. It's the best little site. They do all the walkthroughs and they give reviews and they tell me what's coming soon. I quite appreciate what they give. And they're usually who I go to when I'm like, all right, I didn't get the right ending. What choice did I make wrong? That's where I go. Maybe if I look at the color of her threads, I'll stare at her chest a little bit. I shouldn't. Didn't Yoichi tell me to value my own feelings instead of other people's? It won't be easy telling her exactly how I feel about this, though. Even as this thought was going through my mind, I found my gaze being drawn to her neck. I walked beside Sato, awkwardly looking away. Don't want to look at her neck. I see. How much seasonings could you need? Once Sato finished all of her shopping, we started home together. Everything went without a hitch or not. Sato stopped dead in her tracks and
こ
stared
の
at me.
間の話覚えてる？
Girl, do you remember what we talked about earlier? No. What did we talk about? Yes, of course I do.
そう、よかった。それならここで答えを聞かせてもらえる？
I'm glad. Do you mind if I ask you for your answer then? It didn't sound like Sato was going to let me off easy. I don't think Sato has anything to let you off of. You've done nothing wrong. I nodded yes and spoke while looking her in the eye. I'm sorry I can't break up with Yoichi. It may not seem like I'm in love with him, but he means a lot to me. I'm sorry my behaviors makes you anxious and uncomfortable. Still, this is how I really truly feel. I stated my opinion so confidently I even surprised myself. I didn't even look at her threads, wondering what she thought.
驚いた。あなたってちゃんと自分の意見を言えたのね。
Suspicious. I don't trust you yet. Color me shocked. You actually gave me your own opinion about something. Sato sounded
大
surprised.
体の人は相手に嫌われたくないから周りと話を合わせて流されちゃうことが多いのよ。
I mean, you're telling me to break up with my boyfriend because you don't think I love him enough? I almost feel like a lot of people would tell you to F off in this situation. Most people just go with the flow, making conversation because they don't want anyone to dislike them.
私はそういうのが苦手ではっきり言っちゃうところがあるから、前の方向先でもいろいろあってね。
I still don't trust you, Sato. Even if what you say is chill, I have vibes and I don't like them. I'm bad at that sort of thing, and I have a habit of being direct with people. It caused problems between me and other servants before you.
それ以来、仕事以外ではあまり他人と関わりすぎないようにしているの。
Okay, but are you one of the servants that like live together? Because I feel like you guys have no choice but to interact at some point. Ever since, I tried not to associate with anyone too much except when I'm at
あな
work.
たも他のみんなと同じで、自分の意見がない子なんだと思ってたわ。
I thought you had no opinions of your own just like everyone else. I don't
その場ではうなずいておいて、後
agree
で
with
陽一
what
さん
you're
に文句を言
saying.
ったり、陰で噂したり。
I assumed you would agree with me to my face and to complain to Yoichi later and spread rumors behind my back.
でも、
Why?
そっか。あなたは他の人とはちょっと違うみたいね。
Oh, you got a cute smile. I still don't trust you. I see now. You're a little different than the others. A gentle smile spread across her face as she said this. I can tell she has positive feelings about me even without looking at her threads. If I had just gone with Sato's opinion, I probably would have never seen her smile at me like this. I should tell people how I feel. Not necessarily true, girl. No leaving things up to the other person, no holding back. I had Yoichi to thank for being able to think this way. I don't agree.
あなたの気持ちは分かったわ。もう陽一さんと別れろなんて言わないから安心して。
I would search titles of otome games at your library catalog. My library offers other Switch games, and I searched otome in the catalog and found them. It's Arizona specifically. When my sister looked it up, it straight up was like Arizona does not do this, or at least where I'm at in Arizona. Because I was like, what? I could be checking out otome games instead of spending $50 on a video game. Hold up. But yeah. Can't check them out. There's no feature to check out video games at my library. I won't ask you to break up with Yoichi anymore. Thanks.
そもそも陽一さんと恋仲でもない私があなたにこんなこと言えるわけなかったのよ。嫌な気持ちにさせてごめんなさい。
Sato, there's a difference between being honest and being too something. And I think you're too something. Not that I had any place to say something like that when I'm not dating Yoichi in the first place. I'm sorry if I made you feel uncomfortable. No, don't worry about it.
優しいのね。だから陽一さんはあなたを好きになったのかしら。
You're so sweet. That must be why Yoichi fell in love with you.
本当のことを言うとね、あなたに意地悪したのって、陽一さんのためって言っておきながら自分のためだったの。
This I agree with. To tell you the truth, I told myself I was being mean to you for Yoichi's sake, but I was really doing it for myself.
私の方が陽一さんとの付き合いは長いのに、いきなり現れたあなたが陽一さんと恋仲になったから嫉妬して。
I've known him longer, so it made me jealous when you showed up out of the blue and started dating him.
嫌な女よね。自分でも分かってるけど、この性格は変えられそうになくって。
I'm a horrible person, I know that, but can't change who I am. So am I. I'm always worried about what other people think instead of how I feel. After talking to Yoichi about what you said to me earlier, I had been thinking maybe I can change my ways a little at a time. Oh no, I mentioned that I talked to Yoichi about her. About what I just said. Sato replied as if nothing had happened while I stood there flustered.
何慌ててるの？陽一さんには話さないでとは言わなかったんだし、別にいいわよ。
This route has a lot of people reading minds in it, I've noticed, where she'll be like, oh no, what are they going to think? And then they reply. Too bad. That's sad. Too bad. At least you have friends that also play otome to borrow from. I'd love that with my buddies. It's honestly funny because me and her both had this game pre-ordered at the same time, and then I was like, you know what? I'll just steal her copy sometime when I'm ready to play. So I'd canceled mine. And then I even offered to let her borrow my Verche, and then she already owned it. I was like, well, I tried. I tried to be nice. What are you so flustered about? I didn't tell you not to talk to Yoichi about it. I don't mind.
でも、そっか。ヨイチさん、本当にあなたに惚れてるのね。
Did you though? He's really head over heels for you.
やっぱり悔しいけど、恋仲になったからなんだっていうの？そうして油断してると足をすくわれちゃうんだから。
Which is hard for me to swallow, but so you're in a relationship. Big deal. Let your guard down and I might swipe him from under your nose. He doesn't want you. He doesn't even want me. I'm just pretending.
見てなさい。あなたより私の方が魅力的だって。陽一さんに気づかせてあげるわ。
I'm a hoarder. I love buying physical copies for my collection. I used to buy many books. Now it's otome games. Honestly, I have so many collections. Yeah. Part of me wanted to buy it, but another part of me was like, you know what? I could borrow it. There was so many otome games that came out this year. In fact, there's still one I have. Oh gosh, where is it? Hang on, I'll find this one. I haven't even opened this one. Charade Maniacs is still unsealed. I haven't beat Jack and Jean. I had bought so many otome games. That's why I was like, you know what? Maybe I don't need one more. And then I'm playing this one before I play Charade Maniacs, which I did buy because I love the art. Oh gosh. Look at me. I also need to like move the ones I've already beat. And then I have more. I got so many over here right now that I haven't played yet. And then I bought 2 more when they went on sale. It's me. I'm the problem. Actually, my friend owns Cupid Parasite and I still bought it because I was like, I don't want to borrow it from her too. Oh my goodness. First off, I don't know, man. You and MC have similar jaw lines. Your hair is back though, so hers is forward. I wouldn't say either one of you are more than attractive than the other. I'd almost say you're both about the same. Just you watch. I'll make Yoichi realize I'm far more attractive than you are. Sato beamed after making that declaration. I instinctively glanced at her threads to see if she meant it and could tell that she did, because I cheated. Does she mean Sato's my romance rival? Even so, it didn't feel awkward at all. I actually felt a lot closer to Sato than I had before sharing my feelings with her. This MC gets 2 friends. Tell me, what is it about Yoichi that made you fall in love with him?
私はね、陽一さんの顔が好き。自分に正直なところもそっけない性格も好きだし、仕事ができるところも尊敬しているわ。
He's so handsome. I also love how honest and blunt he can be. I have so much respect for his worth ethics too. You got the good deals at Amazon. Me seeing them at half price compared to when I bought them at full price when I first released. Oh my gosh, there's a game I bought brand new the day it came out and I haven't played it yet. Remember, I don't play my games when I get them. It's not an otome game. It's called Yura Killer or something like that. And again, I like the art for it, so I got it. And then like, I haven't played it and now I could have bought it for like 12 bucks when I paid 60 for it. I'm like, bro, you're hurting my feelings. I know I got, actually, no, wait. I know we ordered Cafe Enchante from Amazon because it was on sale on Amazon for like 25 bucks and I was like, perfect times. I don't even know. Part of me is like, I'm paying to get it first, to play it first, but if I don't play it right away, then I just wasted my money. Like Charades Maniacs already got on sale and I bought it. My heart. I'll never regret Verche though. Verche was super great to get day 1. That was a fun game. I stood there bewildered. Sato began listing things she liked about Yoichi. Girl, say something. Women are incredible when they're in love. Wait, now's not the time to be impressed. I need to tell her what I like about Yoichi since she asked. That he loves to eat? No, that's just a characteristic of his, not something I like about him. I love that he loves to eat. Blunt is a characteristic. What are you talking about? What I like about Yoichi. What I like about Yoichi. You got the exclusive cards, but it's worth it compared to getting it on sale. Are you talking about with the Verche? The Verche is great. The Charade, does it have cards in it? Oh gosh, hang on, I put it down. That's the detective agency with yokai. Does this have cards in it? As if it matters. I don't see cards in here. Unless you mean Verche. Verche had cards in there. There's no cards in my Charade Maniacs. Did they gyp me? Dairoku. No, not you. You don't go over there. Dang, these boys are still so cute. Oh man, I'm just gonna say the letters. I got cards in my Lover Pretend. I got cards in my Lover Pretend. Okay, wait, let's see. Variable barricade. Cards. I got cards in here. Oh, they fell out. That's how good they are. They're actually still wrapped in plastic. Honestly impressive because I got this game pre-owned. GameStop did buy two, get one free. That's when I got this one and this one. And there was another one. I don't think I've played it yet. Oh, this one. Olympia Soiree. Wait, these are all the same company, right? These are all the same company. Not surprising, but two of them don't have cards. That was your first otome cards, was the Lover Pretend ones? And you haven't even finished playing Lover Pretend. Only first edition runs. Lover Pretend didn't sell as well, so I got them 2 months later. I only liked one route in Lover Pretends, so honestly, that makes kind of good sense to me. Let's see, what else do I have? I usually buy mine day one, so if there's cards, I got them. Jack and Jean don't have cards in it. What? I bought that day one. Caller X Malice doesn't have cards in mine, but I bought mine pre-owned, so that also makes sense, which is now sad. I don't have Seaweed Heads cards. Honestly, I used to get the collector's editions and stuff, the ones that come in boxes. I don't have any of them right now. But I know Code Realize had like a collector's edition for Wintertide, and I have the keychain from that set randomly, even though I never played the game. I got it. It's mine. She laughed maniacally. I mean, I like the cards. They're cute. They give me an idea of who I'm looking at. This one, I don't know if this came... Oh, no, it has cards on the back. It says so. I yell at my friend who didn't leave me her cards so I could look at them. She think I was going to steal her cards from her. She actually might have put them in a book. She actually has a... She keeps her stuff in folders. She probably put them away. It's like... She kept her cards. She didn't trust me with her cards. Faced with a question I never thought about before, I kept repeating the same words to myself over and over again. What I like about him as a lover, not as a friend. Whoa. Just then I heard someone shriek nearby. Sato, change your expression to match, bro. Definitely came from over that way. Leah? She's like, wait, I'm strong. I'll come with you. We run together like this. Holy smokes, it's a monster. It's a Blightfall. It was ready to mow down the townspeople with its huge long arms. It's already nightfall, so there's nothing strange about a Blightfall showing up. Girl, I can see the sky. It's not nighttime. Still. Wait a second. Wait, you just said you don't get cards? I just thought about this for a second. Wait. You don't get cards? Because you're not in the... Oh, wait, are you in Canada? I can't remember. I'm so tired all the time. Interesting. I just had an epiphany just now. I immediately looked around but didn't see any Oniwaban nearby. I don't have time to go get help. I need to protect everyone myself. After making my decision, I sprang into action so quickly I even surprised myself. Get back, everyone! I've got this! And she pulls out her little dagger. And you are? I'm gonna take the monster down. Take refuge somewhere safe. Dude, they're accepting her. Got it. The Blightfall tried to chase after them, but not on my watch. Dude, she sounds like the main character in the Brushurahia game. Brushurahana? Hang on, I remember the name. I know the name. Birushihana. I did it. Tried to touch me. Even though all I did was graze it, I still succeeded in making the Blightfall flinch. The Blightfall decided to target me instead of the townfolk reaching out with its healers. It's coming at me. I immediately fell in the same direction as the attack, dodging it. Now to get right back on my... Everything you said was a lie. I don't need you or the present you gave me anymore. I like how she actually learns to fight and protect herself on Yoichi's route rather than just standing there being protected. I like that too. I also like that it sounds like she's learning more about herself as a human in this route too. Dude, is this Yoichi? Is Yoichi the present that was given? It's Yoichi. He's a gift. And it's actually the little girl. I said that. I said I thought she might be the actual Blightfall, not the form folk. It spoke clearly. I was so shocked I froze while trying to get back on my feet. Everything you said was a lie. I don't need you or the present you gave me. I knew it. I'd seen a few talking blight before. Yeah, I know. I was there. But this one was the first time I'd ever encountered one that spoke clearly enough to be understood. That's my tummy growling. This isn't the time to be spacing out. The fact that the Blightfall is repeating itself means that this one used to be a form folk too. Not true. Having dodged its attack just in time, I stood back up. Now's my chance. I grabbed the Blightfall's feelers, relaxed my knees, and turned my back with all my might. Doing this pulled the Blightfall's huge body towards me. Here goes! The Blightfall turned back to look at me startled. Its wooden tag was wide open. Once I spotted it, I drove my knife into the tablet. It seemed like the Blightfall couldn't maintain its form after I'd sliced into it. Black threads disappeared into the sky, as did the Blightfall. Just like the last one I fought, it didn't leave behind a tag or original object. I managed to defeat a Blightfall all on my own. What if? Is that too crazy? What if they're not Blightfalls at all? What if they're... Sorry. What if they're form folk at all? They're just Blightfalls that she created using their items. Is that too far? Did I stretch too far? Both of you have played this game, so I felt more exhausted than accomplished. It was only then that the fear finally caught up with me, causing me to fall weakly to the ground. She's like, anxiety. Leah. It was Sato. I looked back, trying my best to smile at her. Are you okay? Since you drew the monster's attention, I am. You must be incredibly strong defeating a monster like that all on your own. That's because Yoichi's been training me every day. I thought it sounded like a pretty pathetic excuse, but Sato nodded like it made complete sense. Not you mentioned it, he was training you earlier, wasn't he? Yanagi Brewery also has a bar. Maybe I should learn self-defense in case I get mixed up with any strange men. Yeah, sounds like a good idea. Let's go home and not mention this to anyone ever. Filled with relief after Sato didn't doubt me, I gave the Blightfall some thought. It was weaker than normal, but I can't help but worry that it spoke so clearly. I hope its appearance wouldn't affect other Blightfall. Feeling extremely anxious, I continued looking at the empty space where the Blightfall had vanished. And then another one appeared magically. A few days later, ever since the night I learned that what the Blightfall were trying to say, the majority of the Blightfall appeared in Edo began to say the same exact things. Since they were appearing all over Edo, my brain, and not just in Castletown, it was only natural that the entire Onioban became involved. You established that it's most likely coming from this one house. Why haven't you investigated the house? You have the Shogunate on your side. Why isn't he telling them, hey, we gotta explore this house right now? Today, the entire Onioban were gathered together, not just Castletown.
あなたの言葉はすべて偽りだったのね。
Is that right? I'm not even repeating that,
贈り
Miyagi.
物か。何か送ってもらったけど必要じゃなくなったとか？
Present, huh? So they're gifted something, but they didn't need it anymore? Maybe it's not that. Maybe it's more like you buy them presents because you don't want to pay attention to them.
おや、おバカさんのくせに今日はよく頭が回りますね。
Oh my, you might be an idiot, but you're quite quickly on your feet today.
あれだ。贈り物が全然自分の好みじゃなかったんだよ。それで文句を言ってるんだな。
That's it. They're complaining because they didn't like the present they got.
全言撤回します。やっぱりあなたはおバカさんです。
I retract my previous statement. You truly are a simpleton.
怨恨絡みか。娯楽街でしょっちゅう出現する良いかと同じじゃないか。
So it's part of some grudge. How is this any different from the Blightfall that pop up in the entertainment district all the time?
それなのに、喋る良いかが強いのはどういうわけだ。こっちは他にも良いかが出現して、そっちの対応にも追われてるんだぞ。
How are the talking Blightfall so strong? We've been hard pressed dealing with these other Blightfall and when other Blightfall are still appearing.
おかげで寝る暇もない。ふざけているのか。
I haven't been able to sleep a wink because of all of this. Are you pulling my leg?
なんで清彦が切れてるんだよ。良いか退治してるのは俺らなんだけど。
What are you so pissed off about, Kiyohiko? We're the ones actually slaying the Blightfall.
本当に困ったものです。このままでは表向きの職にも影響が出てしまいそうですね。
It's been quite a hassle. If this keeps up, it'll begin to affect our cover jobs. The Blightfall I slayed was a little weaker than the usual ones, actually. It was true. The Blightfall had repeated the same words over and over again, were a good deal stronger than usual, maybe because of the one I'd killed. Not quite as strong as the Kamikiri, but definitely powerful enough to put up a good fight against the rest of the Onimaban.
木札を切ることでしか倒せないのが気になる。
Hi, Sleazy. Good afternoon. It worries me that you can defeat them just by cutting their wooden tags.
そこから考えると、形人が酔いかかしたもので間違いなさそうだ。
Hyuga, almost
倒した後
certainly.
に木札も元の道具も残らないとは。
It means they're almost certainly form folk who turned into Blightfall, though I'm unsure what to make of there being no tag or original object after slaying them. That's what I'm saying, bro.
全く別の個体であるはずの良いかが、皆同じことを言うのも気になりますね。
It also worries me that Blightfall are individuals and yet they're all saying the same thing.
その2点の特徴から同じ人物から生み出されているのは間違いなさそうですけど。
Based on those two characteristics, you would think that they were all born from the same person,
つま
but
り言葉の意味が分かればおのずと残留思念の元となる人物や出来事が分かるということだな。
In other words, if we understand what they're saying, we should be able to understand the person or event that spawned these emotional imprints. Valid.
今後はその線で調査を進める。異論があるものは
Let's continue investigating along those lines. Any objections? No one raised any objections in response to Kiyoshiro's question.
残留思念の元となる人物や出来事か。
Guess who's been quiet? Yoichi. The person event that spawned these emotional imprints, huh?
怨恨関係に決まっているだろう。でなければ、言葉はすべて偽りだの。贈り物は必要ないだの言わん。
It's obviously related to a grudge. If it weren't, they wouldn't be going around saying everything's a lie and they don't need the gift anymore.
裏切られて捨てられたとなると、あの場所が有力ではないでしょうか。
Betrayed, then cast aside. Do you think that place might have something to do with it? Do you have an idea, Kinji? I accidentally interrupted in response to Kinji. Kinji stated his answer without letting so much as a smile disrupt his beautiful face.
遊郭です。
Ah, the red light district. Ooh, we're going fancy. A few days later.
そこの旦那、寄ってっておくれ。
Won't you drop by, sir?
遊びましょう。といい思い。
I can't say that like that, sorry. Come play with me, I'll make you feel real good. I went to the red light district with Yoichi and Kyuga, dying inside. I heard the name before, but didn't realize it was this kind of place. Aw, you poor, sweet, innocent child. I just realized I had to take a photo of the front of the building. I had heard courtesans provided sexual services here, but seeing it in person was a completely different story. I could feel my heart racing wildly watching them act so... coquetty? What? And I was a woman. I could only imagine it was much worse for men.
大丈夫か?
Are you alright, Leah? Yes, I'm just never been here before, and I was a little surprised by how lively it is.
今は昼店だから、むしろ閑散としている方だ。夜店はもっと人が集まるゆえ、今以上に賑やかになるはずだ。
It's actually daytime hours right now, so it's actually less busy than usual. More people tend to gather for the nighttime open hours, so it'll be livelier then. Daytime open hours. The 9th afternoon bell hour, noon in modern times, until the 7th evening bell hour, 4 p.m. modern time, when courtesans sit by the window bars to wait for customers. Nighttime open hours, when courtesans sit by the window bars to wait for customers, beginning at the 6th bell in sunset. Interesting. I can't imagine it being any busier. I was thankful that we weren't here around the time of day. Not just because it would be livelier, like Kyuga said, but because there would be even more emotional imprints. The brothels are already covered in pitch black threads. It certainly would be easy for a blightfall to spawn here. It seemed very likely that our man might be here in the red light district. Coquettish kind of means like girly batting their eyelashes, getting him to do what you want, acting babyish. It's a common term thing in Asian culture. I see. I mean, koi would work, right? We could have put koi there. Nah, that's almost like hard to get. Alright, I guess it's right. Alright, it wins. Come to think of it, there's a lot more form folk here than human. Most of the courtesans sitting in the window bars had wooden tags hanging from their necks. I wonder if there's a reason for that.
熱心に見ているが、気になるものでもあったか?
You're watching rather intently. Is there something bothering you? Yeah, I was curious how much it cost to go inside. Oh, not at all. I was just wondering why they were all form folk. Do you happen to know why that might be, Kyuka? He knew there was a nighttime open house in addition to daytime one, so I figured he might know. Genjiro nodded
形
curtly.
人は病気になることがないからと聞いたな。
I feel a little traumatized. From what I hear, it's because form folk don't get sick.
それと道具が元になっているから人間みたいに子供ができたりもしないしね。
That, and since they originated as objects, they can't have children, unlike humans. Yoichi added to Kyuga's statement even though he hadn't been part of the conversation up until that point, and I was mortified. True, if they're working as prostitutes, that's always a risk. I kind of regretted asking.
遊女と客が色恋の真似事をしたり、心中騒ぎを起こしたり、嫌な場所だよ。
I have a new notification. A new notification. Lovely. Okay, cool. Oh my goodness. It's a detestable place where courtesans go through the motions of having love affairs with clients and people attempt double suicides. First off, it's not double suicide if you kill the other person. That's not a double suicide, just for the record. It's murder-suicide. Interesting. Yoichi said this with disgust. Are you created for something from some here? Please, go on, tell me more. Yoichi was always true to his own emotions, but I'd never seen him express such loathing before. Maybe something happened between him and a courtesan. Like an attempted lover's soothe. The mere thought of it made me feel horrible. What is this feeling exactly?
どうした？具合でも悪いのか？
What's wrong? Not feeling well? No, I'm fine. I smiled to hide the feelings eating up inside.
あそこにいい男がいるじゃない。
Oh my, look at that handsome man over there.
お侍様、もう一人もとっても男前だし、私はあっちの方が好みかしら。
The samurai? And there's another man with him as well. I think I might prefer that one. They reached out through the bars, beckoning to Kyuga and Yoichi.
あれは客引きをしているのか？
Are they trying to call us over? Seems so. Either way, why are you so much more knowledgeable at the red light district than I am, Kyuga?
いや、ここには来たことがない。そもそも遊郭自体初めてだ。
I've never been here before. This is my first time in the red light district as well. Really? But you taught me so much about it.
職場の表向きの職場で遊郭に行った同僚から話を聞いたのだ。
I've heard about it from coworkers at my official job who have been to the red light district.
遊郭に調査しに行くのに何も知らないわけにはいかないだろう。
I wouldn't come here to investigate not knowing anything about it. I do my research. I see. That's Kyuga for you, ever so serious.
うちに寄ってかない？お安くしとくよ。
Why don't you stop by? I'll lower my price for you.
あらやだ、そんな冷たい目で見て。でも、いい男だから許しちゃうわ。
Don't give me that cold stare. I'll forgive you since you're so handsome, though. The woman laid eyes on Yoichi completely spellbound, and I felt another stabbing pain in my chest. What is this pain I'm feeling? Are you sure you're not a vessel? I told Kyuga I felt fine, but maybe I didn't feel so great after coming here. I didn't feel bad enough to ditch, though. I'll let them know later if I don't feel any better.
行くぞ。
Let's go, Leah. Okay. Kyuga and Yoichi walked into the brothel without so much as looking at the courtesans. Courtesans. Ooh, fancy. So this is a brothel. There was a household shrine at the back of the room where a man who appeared to be the owner was sitting. The man lifted his head, then looked back at us.
何ですか？ああ、もしやあなたたちが幕府から使わされた。
What is it? Oh, you were perhaps sent by the shogunate? Yes, there was something we wanted to ask you about. Would you mind if we asked you a few questions? He seemed daunted by our commanding demeanor, that was yours, and frightening appearance.
お時間は取らせませんので。
We won't take much of your
そ
time.
うそ 聞きたいことを聞いたらさっさと帰るし。
Right, we'll leave as soon as we heard what we came here
わ
for.
かりました。それで聞きたいこととは？
You see, what was it you wanted to ask? Would you happen to be familiar with this phrase? Everything you said was a lie. I don't need you or your presence or the presents you gave me anymore. I didn't tell the owner of the brothel that a Blightfall had said these things, so I left that part out when asking my
心当た
question.
りはあります。むしろありすぎて誰なのか特定はできませんけどね。
Does seem familiar. In fact, stuff like that happens so often I couldn't begin to pinpoint exactly who might have said
こ
it.
の業界じゃ懇意にしてくれたお客様が急に来なくなるのは珍しい話でもないんです。
It's not unusual in this line of work for customers who treat the girls kindly to stop coming all of a
それ
sudden.
でお客様からもらった贈り物を感情のままに処分する子もいますしね。
Some girls get emotional about it and toss the gifts they receive from their customers. Looking at you, Yoichi. Maybe a courtesan who had the experience in shedding emotional imprints everywhere she goes. It'll be a lot of work, but our only option is to interrogate them one by one.
そうか。では、その者たちからも話を聞きたいのだが、
Why
可
are
能だろうか。
you saw a smoke blob in that person's house? Why are we here? I see. In that case, would it be possible to ask them
い
directly?
やー、それはちょっと。
Actually, we won't interfere with their work.
そう言われましても。そもそもそういった遊女は仕事に出てないんですよ。
None of the girls who fit the bill would be at work in the first place. Really?
精神が不安定なまま仕事をさせても仕事に集中できませんからね。
I mean, mood, right? It's hard for them to focus on work when they have mental breakdowns. I agree. I agree with this sentence. I am in this picture and I do not like it.
それは他の技能でも同じです。技能は遊女で成り立っていますし、しっかり休みを取らせているんですよ。
The same thing happens at other brothels. Courtesans are our livelihoods. We let them rest when they need it. What a nice brothel. That's not what I'm familiar with brothels.
それなら、休みを取ってる遊女に話を聞けばいいんじゃないの？
Couldn't we ask the courtesans who are on leave?
それも難しいですね。
That may also be a challenge. I get it. Anyone on leave has their heart broken. Asking about it would just reopen old wounds. The owner's threads were a yellow hue. Does that mean he's still wary of us? Yellow often expressed wariness or impatience. He was probably still concerned we might say something rude to the women who were taking a leave of absence from work.
他の遊女に場所を聞いても無駄ですからね。みんな江戸から出てしまってますから。
Oh, you won't get anywhere asking the other courtesans where they are since they all left Edo? If they're not in Edo, they're probably not have nothing to do with this case.
そうか。理解した。
You sent the
ご協力に感謝する。
courtesans on vacation, I see. Understood. We appreciate your cooperation. Thank you very much for your time. He said we'd have the same issue at the other brothels. Maybe we ought to exclude the red light district from our search then and go back to the house with all the emotional fingerprints. Come on. Just as I was leaving the room while thinking this to
ああ、
myself.
それと先ほどのセリフですが、遊女とは限らないと思いますよ。
I don't think the phrase you ran past me earlier was necessarily from a courtesan. The owner of the brothel said, dropping us a hint. What do you mean?
心当たりがあると言ったのは、先ほどのセリフをお客様の奥方や言い名付けが言っている現場を見たことがあるんです。
I've said it sounded familiar because I've seen the fiancés and wives of customers saying things along those lines
そうい
before.
った方々に話を聞いてみてはどうですか？
Why not try and asking people like that? True, if we go that route instead of this route, maybe.
遊女の恋敵か。
Meaning the courtesan's romantic rivals then. Hey guy, tell me you recognize that comb in his hair. Come on,
こ
do
れ
it.
もまたかなりの数がいそうだ
There'd
な。
be quite a bit more of them. Some of them had probably already left Edo, but I bet most of them were still here. Finding each courtesan's romantic rival and investigating them one by one. How about a girl who's bedridden? Who's a little bit older than you? It was easier said than done. Actually doing it would take an outrageous amount of time. Oh my stars. I can do it or find something else. Isn't everything gonna take a crazy amount of time? Look into it anyways. Find something else. I wonder if there are any ranches. Well, whatever. It didn't give me the special thing I needed. So I gotta go back. Do it anyways. That's my good ending there. Interesting. Alright. It's our only lead at the moment. It would be a big undertaking, but we were sure to find a match if we went that route. I think we should look into something along those lines.
そうだな。他に案もないし、私は彼女の意見に賛成だ。
We don't have any other ideas. I agree with her.
まあ面倒だけど地道にやるしかないよね。俺も異論はないよ。
Sounds like a huge hassle, but there's honestly not much else we can do but give it a try. I don't see why not. With both of them on board, we decided to hunt down the romantic rivals of Courtesans next. Woo! The public Oniwa Bond's activities revolved around collecting intelligence. I'd heard they do this kind of stuff all the time. We might be working behind the scenes, but we're Oniwa Bond too. There's nothing strange about us doing similar things. Except we got secret cover jobs. After asking the owner of the brothel for his cooperation, we left. We hadn't made any progress in our investigation. Although deeply disappointed, all we could do was move on.
お前たちはこれからどうするんだ?
What are you two doing after this? I had the day off from Yanagi Brewery today, so I was thinking of looking around some more.
そうか。私はそろそろ見回りの時間なので同行できないが。
Are you? I have rounds to do shortly, so I'm afraid I won't be able to accompany you. No worries. Good luck with work.
ではまたな。
See ya. See ya. Bye. Bye. Once Kyuga was out of sight, I turned to Yoichi. Want to continue investigating, or do you want to part ways for now and pick back up tomorrow?
どっちでもいい。
Doesn't matter to me. Alright, maybe he just wants to go home because it sounds like a lot of work. Yoichi was normally very clear though. If he wanted to go home, he would have been honest with me. Doesn't mean he likes you now. It doesn't seem like it here. He doesn't seem to like it here, and it's probably worn him out. We are in the entertainment district though. This is not the brothel. Brothel could be in the entertainment district, but that's weird. Even though his heart was sealed away, he probably still felt tired sometimes. Tired is not the same thing as emotions. That's a physical, thing. It's entirely possible he doesn't even realize how fatigued he is.
何? 言いたいことがあるなら。
What? If you have something to say, then spit it out, right? I don't think I have it in me to be direct and ask if he's tired. Alright, I should probably mention what happened. The other day I was shopping with Sato. We talked about a few things and managed to reconcile amicably. I can say it. Thanks to you telling me I should value my own feelings more, I managed to tell her how I felt without hiding anything. Thanks. Glad to hear it. That's it. My relationship with Sato had been weighing on my mind because I wanted to keep things comfortable for Yoichi. He must be tired after all. Even if he wasn't, maybe he wasn't feeling so hot. Talking to Sato cheered me up. This time, I'd like to be the one cheering up Yoichi. But how do I... Yoichi, mind if we make a detour and head over there for a moment? Is it working? Am I buying him food? The wind feels so good. Oh, wow. This is lovely. I stretched my entire body, then sat down in the grass. See, Yoichi, come on over. Yoichi sat down beside me, albeit with a sigh. Here, have some dingo. I handed Yoichi some dingo I bought before coming.
どうも。
Thanks. Let's see. The only thing you could hear on the quiet hill was the sound of us eating. Sounds terrible, honestly. I brought a lot of dingo because Yoichi was a big eater, so he probably won't run out anytime soon. I hope that was a nice change of pace for him. I figured eating something delicious while looking at beautiful scenery might change his mood a bit. I'd never seen Yoichi act like this before. It had me worried. These dingos are supposed to be really good, but I can barely taste them.
ごちそうさま。
Thanks again. Are you already done eating? While I was still working on my first dingo, Yoichi had already finished eating 3. There's still more. Help yourself. I'd brought a lot for Yoichi after all.
残りは帰ってから食べる。それより、俺をこんなところに連れてきた理由を聞かせて。
I'll eat the rest after we get home. Is there any reason you brought me here? You seem tired, so I thought you'd be a nice change of pace for you.
別に、疲れてないけど。
I'm not that tired. Then are you feeling down? Or not feeling well?
それこそありえない。前も言ったけど、
That's
俺はキコだよ。
ridiculous. I've told you before I'm a vessel. Right. I just wanted to cheer you up, Yoichi. I brought you here for a quick break.
俺が落ち込んでるわけでも、疲れてるわけでもなかったとしても。
Even though I'm not feeling down or tired. You listen here, you butt. Hana. I just wanted to do that for you. Did I annoy you?
うん。すごい迷惑。
Yeah, a lot. I expected him to say as much, but as soon as I actually heard it come from his mouth, I regretted sticking my nose too far into his business. It was a nice break from work, wasn't it?
全然。
No. Then are you at least happy you're not hungry anymore? Right, dingoes, these are your favorite. You can have more if you want. Have a bunch. And they'll put a smile on. That's it. I want to see you smile, Yoichi. Yoichi burst into raucous laughter. Wait, did he just laugh at me? I didn't even know it was a possibility. And unlike before, he can't seem to keep himself from
俺の
laughing.
笑った顔が見たくて、こんなところに連れてきたんだ。
My number one favorite CG in this game. It's pretty cute. You were waiting for this CG? Honestly, this will probably be the thumbnail because I can easily put Bunnie right there. It'll be so great. It'll look wonderful. You wanted to see me
自分
smile?
勝手。変なやつ。
You're a weird and headstrong girl. In spite of his rather sarcastic remarks, he was smiling happily. I never knew Yoichi could laugh like this. My heart pounded wildly. I wasn't sure why, but Yoichi's familiar face seemed to be shine brighter than usual. Is it because Sato has me feeling more self-conscious around him, or I wasn't sure. It's a very pretty CG, yeah. I agree. I like it, but I don't know all the CGs yet, so who knows? I had an inkling that an emotion I'd never experienced before had awoken within me. Again, she herself is a vessel learning. A few days later, I used my break time at the brewery to visit the tea stall where Miharu worked as a servant. Did you tell her the truth?
自分勝手。変なやつ。
Yeah. I'd love to see him smile like that again. I'd seen a tranquil expression flash across Yoichi's face a few times since then. Since I'd never seen him smile from ear to ear like he had earlier, I found myself remembering it whenever I had a free moment. Same, but no matter what, that is my number one favorite CG. I see. But there's more to come. There's the happy ending, the bad ending CG. Maybe he looks great in tears. I don't know if he cries. Does he have emotions? Lately, I found myself reminiscing about it even when I'm working.
お待たせ。当店名物のこし茶とお団子よ。
Thank you for waiting. Here's your suave tea and dango. You know what? Let's Google this. Let's Google this. This should be what I eat when I finish this game, right? I need to go find some dango and whatever the heck this tea is. So tea. Google-chan. How do you... Oh my goodness. This is just showing me a tea strainer. It's not a specific tea. Done. Thank you for waiting. Here's your tea and dango, our house specialty. What's your favorite route so far? So far, it's actually this one. I've been enjoying this one. I thought Hyuga's... I always feel like I'm going to say Hyuga, which is Paradigm Paradox. I thought Hyuga's was cute. And I didn't like Tojo's at all. I didn't like Tojo's route. So this is technically just my third route, so we'll see how it ends. God, am I wrong? It is the only third route I'm on, right? Yeah, because my beautiful, beautiful boy's next. And that'll be my fourth route. And then Tomonari and Otaro. I'm pretty sure Tomonari is just like the preciousest being in the world. Like, I love him. It's like, look, it's a butterfly. And he'd be like, a butterfly. And I have to tell him what a butterfly is and explain to him butterflies. I'm ready. I'm ready for that. Otaro, I'm sure, is just the biggest bad guy ever, which is totally fine. And I hope he proves me right that he is a bad guy, but I want him to be a bad guy in a good way, not like Lucas. I don't want him to be Lucas. Yoichi Kinji. Kyuga. Kinji's tied? Yoichi and Kinji's tied for you? Are you trying to cheat there? Kyuga, Toga. Tojo. Okay. Yeah, Yoichi's right now, like, his is really, I think it's precious. I think it's only because Tomonari gives me the head and the clouds type small being must protect vibes. Yeah, that's exactly the vibes he gives from every single route he's in. Like, the little snippet, because I got his bad ending accidentally, because I play natural in the first playthrough, and I don't, like, cater my choices. And so I end up on his route accidentally, but it's before you can do his route. And he's just, like, hugging her from behind, going like, I'm just curious, like, what's up with this? And I'm like, oh, this baby. Yoichi and Kinji's tied. I know you've already seen their playthrough. Kinji's going to be next. Kinji's honestly... Am I completely biased? Am I being too biased because I like his voice actor? Oh no. Am I giving him better, like, because I like his voice actor? He feels like a character that's not going to be mean. So my character, like, he's going to act kind of indifferent towards her, but not in the same way Yoichi is. I love long hair characters. Same. That's why Verche was so great. Everybody had long hair except for Adolphe. Adolphe was the only one. Alright. I got way too distracted by the tea. I've been so restless whenever I'm working with Yoichi. I've been messing up a lot. Still hate Adpol. He's fine. Could be better, but he's fine. It's just the brother-sister thing that bothered you. It bothered me too.
あら、ため息をつくなんてあなたらしくないわね。
That's right, Maharu. You know because I made you how I am. It's not like you to sigh like that. Yeah, so, when'd you get here, Mimi?
もう、お待たせって声をかけたのに気づいてなかったのね。
I said thanks for waiting and you didn't even notice. I glanced at the stool and saw she was placed fresh dango and a cup of tea on it. Sorry, I was lost in thought.
考え事ってあの化け物のこと？
Were you thinking about the Can I change the language on this? Would I break this if I change? That's control system. I know I can change the language on my console and get really confused and be lost. Huh. Oh, should I lower this thing? I didn't even know this was an option. What the heck? Go half. Love animation. You can turn that off. You got me. Why? Don't make me rant about ad pull. Now, if I rant about him, it'll be 12-hour rant. Listen, we did... Okay. I feel like you're giving him... He can't help it, right? They were adopted by the same woman. They were teenagers when they were both met for the first time. He called her a monster and fell in love with her at the same exact time. I don't know, does that look better? Do we like that more? I mean, we can see her better. I guess that works. Were you thinking about the monster?
夜中になると必ずあれが出るから安心して夜に出歩けないのよね。
Leah keeps running into the bad endings without the love catch on. What does that mean? Wait, was that a setting? What do you mean running into the bad ending? I got good endings? Is that an option on here? Wait, I don't see anything about love catch. Wait, had I messed something up? Suddenly, I don't see any of the options I did before love catch. I don't see love catch. What have I done? I mean, without the flower things, I've been paying attention to the flowers. I go back and start over. There's two things. There's the flowers, and then there's the snowflakes. The snowflakes are straight up deciding factors on bad endings. Komame decided good or bad ending. Me being like, you suck, Komame, versus Komame, someday, when you're ready, you can fly. Like, imagine. You can turn off those options, on or off the love catch. Maybe you can, but I've gotten the good and the bad endings so far. I didn't even see love catch in there. Now you're scaring me. Phone buzz. Is someone trying to talk to me? This is voices, not voices. This is controls. Where the heck? I'm more confused than I've ever been. Okay, this has... wait. This is on. Tap effect. I don't know what that means. This? Are you saying... Oh. Oh. Wait. If I turn this off, will I not know how they like things? Is this for the genuine effect so I'm not, like, cheating? Is that what that is? Ooh. I don't know if I want to do that. Was it Paradigm? Paradigm Paradox didn't let you know what you were doing if you were making the right choices, I think. And I was so lost, going like, I hope they like this. Oh, goodness. To be clear, I try to get all the endings. I didn't know about that. I didn't know about that either. We just learned something as a family, guys. Like, what? I didn't know I could turn off that. Like, don't spoil for yourself if they like you more. But then you can still check affection, right? Where's affection? I got this. Aha, info. Look at him. He's practically wants to marry me. Like, he wants me so bad. He doesn't know it yet, but I do. It shows up every night without fail. I can't go out at night in peace.
まだ日中の営業だからいいが、夜が中心の酒屋や湯屋は今日から営業を停止するって聞いたな。
Aw, how sad. Otome family. You want to hit that. He does, and he doesn't even know it. See? He's so in love with me. I'm like, you so love me. You're so stupid now. Goodness. Although, actually, I'm almost surprised that his meter is so high. I forget to check this, but like that's pretty high given how early in the game we are, isn't it? Like, doesn't that feel wrong? Do we have like a chapter with no choices and nothing but dialogue coming up? Are we just gonna sit here and watch me read a novel? As if I wasn't reading novels already. We're fine since we're only open during the day, but breweries and bathhouses are mostly open at night. I heard they'll be closing starting today. They could just have different hours. Just then, the owner of the tea stall came up to us. He just wobbles out. I hear they're having fewer and fewer people over in the entertainment district too. Wonder what'll happen to Ito.
本当、早くまた平和な江戸に戻ってほしいわ。
This game's gonna lose me right here because they had a league and they had a lead and they haven't investigated it. Like, go look at the girl in the room that's covered in threads. Like, my guys, the Shogunite got you permission to talk to someone in the entertainment, the red light district, which is a classy establishment, I might add. So, like, the fact that they haven't been like, look, we're looking through this building. We're checking everywhere. Throw some hands, guys. I really hope Ito goes back to being a peaceful again soon. Both the owner and Maharu let out a deep sigh. That's right. Now's not the time to be thinking about silly stuff like that. Slapped myself to fire myself up.
どうしたの?
What's wrong? Nothing. That gave me back some of my motivation.
そう。あれを倒すのはあなたたちのお仕事なんでしょうけど、無理はしないでね。
Did it? I know it's your job to defeat the monsters, but don't push yourself too hard. You know, don't forget that you like boys. Maharu was staring at me concerned. I nodded back at her with a smile. Everything you said was a lie. I don't need you or the presents you gave me anymore. It'd been a while since the Blightfall had began saying that, but we still hadn't figured out who had caused all this. And even though the Castletown crew was getting help from the other jurisdiction teams, the investigation had hit a rough patch. I'd also been making frequent trips to the Red Light District ever since then to continue my investigation. I stopped by the Red Light District before coming here today, where I heard tales of a samurai vassal and the heir to a fireworks shop. I also heard about the eldest son and heir to the Takamoto family, Kirinosuke. They'd all apparently ran off with courtesans, as you do, right? Like, we're Moulin Rouge in this baby. I should have asked where they were now, but eloping was such a serious crime. Do I need to Google that? Eloping is a crime? Eloping was such a serious crime, it would have been difficult to track them down. Why is that a crime? I should gather some information from their friends and families and try to find a few more clues, but at any rate, the three of us were planning to look into it tomorrow. Everything you said was a lie. I don't need you or your presents you gave me anymore. Leah? Sorry, I didn't mean to say that out loud.
あなたもあの草子を読んでいるのね。
I didn't know you were reading that book too.
ああいう草子は興味ないと思ってたんだけど、やっぱり素敵な殿方と一緒にいると心境にも変化があるものなのね。
I didn't think you had any interest in books like these. I guess your attitude about them changed after being around all those wonderful gentlemen. She looked so happy, but I didn't have the faintest clue what she was talking about. Are we going to find out that it was actually the girl that's in the room full of depression? I'm going to call it the depression room. Is the one writing the books, but the samurai is taking the credit for them? What book do you mean, Mimi?
え? 読んだことがあるから草子の内容を口ずさんでたんじゃないの?
You weren't mumbling a line from a book you'd read before? Mimi, tell me about the book you're talking about.
ええ。作者は晴海いろはさん。草子の題名は 歌方の恋よ。
Sure. The author is Iroha Harumi. The name of the bound book is Ephemeral. Is that the book Mr. Hiroka wrote? Does that line I just recited appear in that book?
そうよ。常連客に捨てられた串屋の看板娘がそんなことを言うの。
The girl that runs the comb shop. Guess what Yoichi's made out of? A comb. The girl that runs the comb shop says that when she's dumped by a regular.
あ、ちなみに歌方の恋は江戸の城下町が舞台なのよ。
I mean, that makes perfect sense because the book was written by someone from this area, so that's not even. By the way, the book is set in Ito's castle town.
私、あの草子が大好きで、何度も貸本屋さんに借りに行っててね。
She's the reason Otaro can't read this book. I love the book so much, I've gone to the book lending shop to borrow it a bunch of times.
上中下で完結するらしいんだけど、まだ下巻が出てないのよ。
It's a 3-part series, but the last one still hasn't come out yet. Ooh, we called it.
いいところで終わったから続きが気になって。はあ、早く続きが読みたいわ。
It ended on a cliffhanger, so I've been dying to find out what comes next. I hope to get to read it soon. Maharu really seemed to love the book Mr. Hiroka wrote and was speaking rather passionately about it. Yeah. Harumi from Lover Pretend. Older Harumi. Wait a second. I don't have that game right now because I lent it to a friend. Hang on. Is that the little boy? It better not be the creepy old guy. Okay, that's the boy. Okay, that's fine. He's fine. That'd be funny. I accept this. I thought it was going to be the old director guy who literally just lies to her face knowing the truth. I hated that guy. Worst route. I only just glanced at it, so I just wouldn't have been able to spot that line in the book. And the fact that I've been saying this line a bunch of times, everyone's obsessed with this book. Why has no one else noticed that line being used?
あれを読まないなんて人生損してるわよ。
It would be a shame if you went through life without ever reading it. Really? I heard it was impossible to borrow because it's so popular, though.
それなら私が行きつけの貸本屋さんに頼んでおいてあげる。
Then I'll request it from one of my favorite book lending shops. Really?
もちろん。可愛い妹のためにお姉ちゃんが一肌脱いじゃうわ。
Even though I didn't finish Lover Pretend, I might skip through his route. You don't have to skip it. You just don't have to play it at all. He's the last route. You have to unlock his route. And I was angry the entire time. You can just go watch my VOD. I lost my soul in that one. Harumi and the good ending, it's older and more attractive. Harumi, honestly, his story was a bit forgetful, if I remember correctly. It's been a minute. The games start to blur together. But his route I wasn't mad at. I think they had the cuter endings of the many endings. Yeah, just skip that last. You can just watch my VOD and you'll see what happened. You can watch my VOD on ×2 if you need to. It's... I couldn't believe that was the final one. I couldn't believe that was the one you had to end on. Sometimes they do good with the final ones. Like the one like, this is the best one. This is the story. This is the true ending. You know what I mean? If that's the true ending, they can bite me. I hated it. Of course, I'm always willing to give my cute little sister a helping hand. Thank you. I might be able to get my hands on some information about whomever turned into a Blightfall. Imagine if you just went back to that guy's house and went to that room that you couldn't go inside. That evening, I stopped by Yoichi's room with the romance novel in hand. I am almost glad that Yoichi and I are in a fake relationship at a time like these. Why? It's still a sin. When I told everyone in the women's quarters that I was headed to Yoichi's room, they all watched me go with smiles on their faces. They told me I could spend the night here, but yeah.
突っ立ってないで座ったら。
Don't just stand around, Leah. Have a seat. Sure. Yoichi beckoned me to sit down next to him, so I did. Why is my heart racing again? Girl, you're near a boy. Like, it's fine. Trying not to look Yoichi in the face, I handed him the book Maharu had borrowed
こ
for
れ
me.
に例の良いかのセリフが出てくるって。
The lines the Blightfall are reciting appears in this book. Yeah, she told me that what page it appears on, but it would probably be best to read around it for context. Speaking of true endings, all I can say is that I hate the true ending route or whatever invariable barricade. I can't spell it. Excuse me? I have too many books. These aren't books. Technically they are, though, when you really think about it. Oh my god, can I read? The true ending for this? You hate the true ending? Wait, can I date a girl in this, or are they just showing a girl in this for no reason? Wait, are there only 4 routes in this? Oh, bet I'll play this next. There's only 4 routes. I could get through it. I could finish it. There's only 4 routes in this game? Who does this? What happened to my 6 routes or bust? 5? Yeah, but look at the back. There's 4 boys and a girl, and the girl looks like the person I'm playing as. Actually, the blonde on the back of this looks like the... Oh goodness, hang on. The butler from, The Devil is a Part-Timer? That's what he looks like. A true route? Oh, kind of like how Paradigm Paradox had a route that, like, you really don't date anybody in. You have some suggestive flirting in that one. Interesting. Yubari learns that her eccentric grandfather is determined to find her a husband. Oh, is that bad? I didn't even know that was the premise of this game yet. I buy a lot of otome games. I'm just like, what's that? You get to date a guy? All right, let's go. The characters that appear in the book might be based on people in real life. Maybe you'll recognize it, Yoichi, because I think it's based on the person who made you into a beautiful comb. Yoichi was clearly not interested. I decided to read from the very beginning. Alright. I'm now reading a narration being read by a person in a story that I'm narrating already. Alright, let's get ready for this. How far does this go? Also, how vague is this? One day, a man spoke to a woman who worked at a comb shop. The man wanted to give his fiancée a gift, but wasn't sure what to give her. After asking about his fiancé's taste, the woman picked up a lovely comb for him. It was red and had some flowers on it. The next day, he visited again to thank her for choosing a comb and...
ねえ、このまま最後まで読むつもり?
Are you planning on reading the entire thing? Yes, even if Asia doesn't like when I do. I read everything, even when it's long and it takes 12 hours to stream it. I'm sorry. I have been completely engrossed in the book. It had been 2 sentences, my dude. I can see why Maharu and the rest of Ito are crazy about it. If Yoichi hadn't said anything to me, I probably would have stayed up all night reading it. I probably would have stayed maybe 12 hours. Leah? What? I'm just saying. It was 12 hours. You chose to stay. I get the gist of the story, so I'll just read the page in question now. Heart racing, I flipped through the book. Why is your heart racing? Is it that good? What did you just say? You'll have to watch the VOD to find out. Your 12-hour stream? This is your fault for not paying attention. Oh man, now we're in the book. It was midnight. Chio, the comb girl, the comb shop girl. Wow, I know, right? Chio, the comb shop girl, was standing all alone. He should be here soon. I was eating my chips. I can't eat chips because I can't eat loud food while I'm literally reading out loud. It doesn't work well for me. She seemed to be meeting someone based on how fidgety she was. The moon wasn't visible in the evening, making Chiyo feel incredibly lonely. But then, a man holding a lantern approached from across the street. I'm so glad you came. Chiyo ran to the man, a relieved smile gently spreading over her face. I'm overjoyed. Chiyo held her arms out for a hug. But then,
ごめん。
he just slapped her hand. I'm sorry. The man brushed Chiyo's open arms aside. That's not the sound.
ごめんってどういう
What do you mean? You're so...
君と一緒に逃げることはできない。
I can't run away with you.
そんな私を愛してるって許嫁を捨てて逃げてくれるって言ったじゃない
You tell him. How could you? You told me you loved me. You said you'd leave your fiancé and run away with me.
ごめん。
I'm sorry. This actually reminds me. There is a song by one of my favorite singers. It's Maria Mina. I'm saying it slowly because as a child I called her Maria. And it's Maria. Maria Mina. And it's called... Oh gosh, The Truth? The main thing is called like They Never Leave Their Wives. Like that's the synopsis of the song. I'm sorry.
もう私のことは忘れて、君を本当に愛してくれる男性を見つけてくれ。
Forget me and find another man who will really truly love you.
本当にすまなかった。
I'm so sorry.
すまなかったって私がどれだけあなたのことを
Sorry? How could I possibly forget about you?
そうあなたの言葉はすべて偽りだったのね
Everything you said was a
も
lie.
う私には必要ないあなた自身もこの贈り物も
She really came into herself in this short time, by the way. I don't need you or the present you gave me anymore. Chiyo pulled the comb out of her hair and threw it at the man. With tears streaming down her face, she ran down the dark, dark street. And that comb was Yoichi. There's the line, just like Maharu said. There was no doubt in my mind that the talking Blightfall had some kind of connection to this romance novel. I just had the most amazing thought in my head, right? So this Blightfall keeps saying this line. And it just makes me think about how I really love music. And I sing the same song in my head over and over and over again. If I had a Blightfall being spawned by something, it probably would be song lyrics. They would never know it was me. It'd just be song lyrics. And they'd be like, I don't know, man. It keeps saying like, choke me like you hate me, but you love me. And I don't know what that means. And I'd be like, oh, I do. I made that. It was me. Anyways, just my thought process. There was no doubt in my mind that the talking Blightfall had some kind of connection to this romance novel, or someone read this book a lot, really felt this character's emotions, and then she's just projecting this thought because she's like, oh man, this one line gets me. It gets me. We need to ask Mr. Hiraoka who the comb shop girl is based on. There was a chance the townsfolk had been influenced by the book, but asking the author of the story himself was our best bet. Yoichi, the next time Mr. Hiroka places an order, we should... What's wrong?
なんでもない。
Nothing. Nice comb in your hair, Yoichi. In spite of what he said, Yoichi's entire face had stiffened up. It definitely wasn't a feel-good story still. I skipped over the scenes where the pair had gotten to know each other. Wink, wink, but in the beginning they had a normal employee-customer relationship. And the man had a fiancé too. She knew this when she chose him and tried to get him to elope with her. It breaks my heart thinking about how she must have felt. He struck up a relationship with the comb shop girl despite having a fiancé, but still ended up dumping the comb shop girl and choosing his fiancé in the end. I feel like maybe we should just call her by her name, guys. Does Yoichi relate to the comb shop girl? Nice comb in your hair, Yoichi. Or maybe the unfaithful man soured his mood. Just then, Yoichi leaned against my head.
手握って。
Hold my hand. Sure? He's like a little child. Like, what? Like, let me hold my hand. Oh my god. Yoichi, my love. I mean, this is a good CG too. I like this. I think they did her nose a little dirty, but other than that, like, this is a really good one. And look at her hair. It's so pretty. Surprised by his sudden request, I did as I was told, because I still have no spine when it comes to this guy. What's gotten into Yoichi? He's a kitty cat who's getting emotions. It wasn't like him to ask for something like this. Did the romance novel plot really have that much of an impact on him? Yoichi's hand is so much bigger than mine. Not in that sketch. It was nice and warm too. Come to think of it, this might be the first time we've held hands since we started fake dating. We were in Yoichi's room too, meaning there was no need to show off a relationship to the other servants unless they're peeking, which meant that he wasn't acting. This is what Yoichi himself wanted. My heart is racing again.
強く握りすぎ。
You're squeezing too tight. I'm sorry.
でも、今はこの方が落ち着く。
But I'm feeling calmer now. I have magic hands. Yoichi squeezed my hand back after saying this. What was up with Yoichi today? No, it's not just today. I feel like he's been smiling at me and showing his emotions a lot more often recently. Like a kitty cat that I've been feeding on my front yard that lets me pet him for the first time after 6 weeks of food. You're like, I'll die for this cat, right? Is he changing from being around me? I'd be happy to hear that. He is, but I glanced at Yoichi and saw that his expression was much more relaxed than before. Encouraged by the look on his face, I snuggled up closer to Yoichi. Maybe don't. Yoichi didn't show any signs of pulling away. Girl made her move. She got closer, and he didn't instantly go like, you disgust me, get back. I was glad he let me. We sat there for quite a while, feeling each other's warmth. And then I left to go back to my room. Chapter 6. A few days later. Do you have a moment, Leah? Oh, sure. I put the ledger away in a panic when Yanagi called my name. Sorry to make you wait. I saw Yoichi was with him, which made me wonder.
平岡様からお酒の注文が入りました。これから二人で届けに行ってもらえますか?
How about we act like this is a real situation and stop, I don't know, is the word pussyfooting the word I want to go with today? We should have already went back to this person's house. We had all the hints we needed. We had all the clues we needed. I was seeing dark blood. What's the point of my gift if I can tell you, hey, that hallway, I know exactly where the girl is because I can see it. It's disgusting over there. And they're like, oh, well. What? We shouldn't have to wait for a sake order. We should have already gone. We've received a sake order from Mr. Hiroka. Could you and Yoichi deliver it to him? I knew it. I'd finally get to hear more from Mr. Hiroka. Sure, we'll head over right now. Let's go. Let me get my shoes on. Let's just go.
お待ちしておりました。どうぞこちらへ。
Thank you for waiting. Come on in. When we arrived at the manor, the same foreign folk who met us at the door the first time we came greeted us. Excuse us.
お邪魔します。
Excuse us. Time to start breaking bottles.
おや、今回もあなたたちなんですね。
Ah, it's you two again. It is. I read the book you wrote and couldn't put it down.
嬉しいことを言ってくれますね。
I'm so glad to hear that. Is it about your affair? Just kidding. So when you placed an order with Mr. Yanagi, I asked if I could be the one to deliver
な
it.
るほど。
そういうことでしたか。
Is
あ
that
りがとうご
right?
ざいます。
Thank you. Technically, I'm not lying. Little fib. It was true that I got carried away while reading the book for the purposes of our investigation. If I pose as a passionate reader of his work, he wouldn't think anything of me asking questions about the plot. Excuse me, but are any of the characters based on real people? I'm sorry. As a reader, I was just so
あ、いえ
curious.
いえ、大丈夫ですよ。ただ、ご期待に応えられなくて申し訳ないのですが、誰かを元にして書いたわけではないんです。
He's a liar. It's quite alright. I'm just sorry I have to let you down. I didn't base the story on anybody in real life. Really? The characters just so depicted so thoroughly, I never would have thought you came up with them completely on your
確か
own.
に完全に想像ではありませんね。同じ武士や知り合いから聞いた話を自分の中で膨らませて書いているんですよ。
They're not entirely fictitious. I expand on stories I hear from fellow samurai and other
あなた
acquaintances.
たちのような人から話を聞くこともありますしね。
Sometimes the stories are from people just like
そうい
you.
えば前回もそちらの方と一緒でしたが、親しい間柄なんですか？
Speaking of which, you came with him last time too. Are you too close? Huh, I found myself flustered being asked a question in response to my own.
すみません。成り行きで色恋草子を書くことになりましたが、こういう話には疎いものでして。
Isn't the one I'm reading a romance novel? My apologies. As it happens, I decided to write a romance novel, but I'm not very familiar with the subject.
もし二人がそういう仲であれば、参考までにお聞きしたいと思ったんです。
Wow. If you're dating, I'd love to ask you a few questions as reference for my story. We don't have any stories you could use as reference.
それは残念だ。もし面白い話があったら、私に聞かせてください
He
ね。
held my hand yesterday, though, and I felt something. That's a shame. Let me know if you have any interesting stories to share. Sure. I was so shocked I thought my heart would stop.
失礼いたします。お茶をお持ちしました。
I don't know if that would warrant tea. Aren't I just delivering sake to some guy's house who paid for it? Pardon me for interrupting, but I brought you some tea. Just then, the sliding door opened and a servant entered the room. Must be another one of Shizuki's form folk. Just like last time, I didn't see any black threads attached to her. I didn't see any of the form folk who showed us around either. I'll check out the other three later. But I could have sworn she said she looked at them. It's about time for us to leave. It was so much fun talking to you. Thank you for the tea.
楽しんでいただけたならよかった。客人がお帰りだ。表まで見送りなさい。
I'm glad you had a great time. Our guests are heading home. If you could please show them to the
か
door.
しこまりました。
Certainly. I'm going to run down this hallway and I'm going to open the door to the room with all the threads on it, and you're not going to stop me. Right, Yoichi? On my count. And then she just runs. Nothing unusual about him either. What about the other form folk?
こんにちは。
Hello.
こんにちは。
Hello. Hello there. They were all probably form folk belonging to Shizuki. I'm just saying, like, we could make this happen. I looked at their necks as I walked past them. Nope, don't see any black threads. I saw nothing unusual about the 5 form folk I met the last time I was here too, when I noticed emotional imprints coming from Shizuki's room. It must be another form folk altogether who's turned into a blightfall, or Shizuki herself. You don't even know she might be a form folk. Our only option was to ask Shizuki, their owner, where this form folk was. I feel like you'd be terrible if you were a spy or an assassin. That's so true, because anytime I play stealth-based games, I always give myself away. I die every time I play Lethal Company because I run into the rooms too fast and there's monsters spawning. Most of the Lethal Company I've played watching other people's point of views. How do I get into Shizuki's room? Run, girl, run. Although I knew where it was, we had one of the servants with us at the moment. You'd be terrible at laying low. She left last time without getting any clues. Sometimes you gotta be like, oh, I have to use the bathroom and run down the hallway. She can't cause a scene. She can cause a scene. Lives are on the line. They would absolutely stop me if I suddenly pivoted toward Shizuki's room. That's why it's not sudden. You bolt. I made eye contact with Yoichi while looking for a way out of this situation. Leah, oh my god. What? It's the perfect plan. I really like to go to Suzuki's room. What should we do? I asked in a hushed voice so the servants wouldn't hear me.
俺に任せて。
Leave it to me. Is he gonna run? Maybe he should. After saying this, Yoichi suddenly held his stomach and started groaning. Ah, it was pretty convincing, honestly.
どうしました？
What's wrong?
急にお腹が
Ah, my stomach.
川屋はあちらです。
The bathroom is that way. Kind of what I just said. Please don't ever be a spy or an assassin in any visual novel. I don't think I can make myself a spy in a visual novel, but the idea of like Bunnie holding a spyglass is pretty cute. But that's rude. I'm sure is there an assassin? Hang on. In this one, we get to play as an agent who works as a secret government organization monitoring powerful beings. I bet I would have the best advice to give this character. Actually, who do you play as? Oh my god, who are you? Oh wait, you're just a normal looking girl. Oh, I thought you were the... Okay, see, I'm learning things. Look at me. I'm so observant. Errant Kingdom. Oh man, don't do this to me. Now I gotta Google another otome game and add it to my want list. It already has games that don't even exist in the US on it. It's getting a bit wild. It's unhinged. The bathroom is this way, by the way. Thanks. Yoichi sped down the hallway, clutching his stomach. There's an assassin love interest. Is that assassin like Lucas? I don't know. That seems... It's not necessarily a selling point these days. Errant Kingdom. Did I put too many A's in that? Will you figure it out, Google-chan? You're a good Google. Wow, that was a really convincing performance. He's a good liar, that's why. Oh, it's on Steam, you say? Oh, wait a sec. You got me. Don't ever compare Lucas to my husband. I didn't know that your husband was a spy. There is a shirtless man on the cover of this game. And fairies? Wait, are there fairies in this? Oh, I gotta bookmark this. I thought, fine. That was a really convincing performance. It seemed so desperate. I never would have thought he was
お連れの
acting.
方、大丈夫でしょうか？ずいぶん苦しそうでしたし、お医者様を呼んだ方が。
Will your companion be all right? He looked like he was in terrible distress. Maybe I should call a doctor. I think so, but I should probably check on him just in case. I bowed to the servant and followed Yoichi. I turned at the end of the hallway and found Yoichi there waiting for me.
行くよ。
Let's go. They would not let you wander the hallway alone. There's another assassin in Andromeda 6. Why are you doing this? I just liked 2 games in one night. Now I gotta Google another one? You told me not to play an assassin. Why are you giving me them? Andromeda 6. Oh man, this looks like Star Trek. What? That person looks like they've... Okay. I'm seeing things. Hey, look, there's DLC for that. Oh my god. You decide. Not sorry. You decide. You are mentioning things that are otome relate. I think we've established this. How many things are in my otome that I can't even? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I have 9 things. And I'm just saying, I got 9 things. Some of them I can't even have. Snowbound looks amazing. Oh, gosh. Oh, God, the voice actor for. It's the voice actor for Anku. He's the only person. It's not my fault. It is your fault. Gotta go look up all these games all of a sudden. We took a different hallway from the one the serpent was in and headed for Shizuki's room. They would not let you wander in this place. Otaro couldn't even get in, and he's already a secret agent, double agent, at that in this game actively. If he said he couldn't even get there, how the heck are you getting by? Guess what? You're just gonna say another name of an otome game, aren't you? There's more emotional imprints here than last time. Obviously, you guys did absolutely nothing. Look up When the Night Comes. When the Night Comes, is it werewolves? Because I like When the Night. I'm going to stop closing things. When the Night Comes. Let's see. Witches, Vampires, and Demons. Ooh, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. I could play this next Halloween. All these guys are just bare chest in it here. What the heck is going on in this game? Cinderella Phenomenon, great free indies game. Characters have fairy tale curses. First off, I now have 10 things. Phenomenon. They look so cute. What the heck? This game has a 4.8. Dude, look at this art. Whoa. Oh my goodness. All right. If that one's free, I mean, I might play it soon. I have so many games. Wait, what does it say? How many? 10 side characters, each with their own backstory. 60 plus CGs. Jeez. Stop, you just send me the link. Just send me a list of games. I mean, I'll play anything if it's a choose your own adventure that might involve dating. Remember, I got a list. I've got a list too. I also have a list of ones I already own that I haven't played. I just played A Date with Death because you mentioned it to me, and it was a one route story. So I was like, I could do this in a day. Oh my god. Oh, my stars. There is more emotional imprints here than last time, which makes sense because you've done nothing to stop them. I was worried about her. I placed my hand on the sliding door. We're going to stop listing visual novels. Love Spell, written by The Stars by Great Getsuki Female Indie Company. Oh my goodness. We're gonna have I didn't even close the window this time because of you guys. I just minimized it. Love Spell. I'm going to look up Love Spell. Great. Retsuki. Oh my gosh, that's the cutest thing ever. What the heck? I just see a picture of 2 boys looking like they're about to kiss with girls with nosebleeds in the background. What is this? There's a penguin with a hat. Oh my god, okay. 4 different romance routes. A complete remastered and content expansion, all in a free update. Officially available now. It's only $20 game. My stars. I feel like I should just make a list of all the Otome games I currently own that I haven't played yet, because there's so many. There's so many. I bought a bunch because a bunch went on sale right before Christmas. I mean, literally, that's two. I bought these two because they were both on sale for $18. And I was like, that's been on my list for a while now. I might as well just get them. They're 18 bucks. Oh my god. There's so many. There's just so many. Okay. And scene. I placed my hand on the sliding door then slowly opened it. Is it gonna look like the same? Ooh. What the? Wait for good sales. That's what I do. I got 2 other games on Steam at the same time because they went on sale for like $4 each or something. So I was like, it's time. It's time. When it's an older game that's been out for a while, I don't really worry too much anymore about waiting to get it. Which, by the way, do you like this? This is... I don't even know how this happened or when it happened, but that's a tear in this thing. It's just so comfortable, I can't not wear this. So even though it looks kind of like a horror scene right here, like I got slashed by a monster, I have to wear this anyways. I keep feeling it get slightly cold right there because of the split. But yeah, I bought so many games during Black Friday week because a lot of games went on sale digitally. I'm sure some more will go on sale after Christmas. I still want to get Code Realize and all the expansions for Code Realize because that has been on my list since I owned a Vita, honestly. Like, I feel like there was 3 games I played on my Vita that were Otomes, including Norn 9 and Amnesia. I actually can't remember if Amnesia was on my phone or on my Vita. It was one or the other. And that was basically what started this obsession. And here we are. Okay, now you're just listing. I'm just going to take a photo of that. I can't look those up right now. I said we're going to play till midnight. You are 2 hours ahead of me. Do you really want to be up until 2 a.m. watching this? Just because you keep making me Google all these Otome games? Think about yourself when you're doing this. God. When I opened the door, I found the entire room covered in black threads. It was almost as bad as the Blightfall nest I saw on the row houses. Almost, but not quite. I'm gonna sleep when I need to sleep. I will be fine. Okay. You say so. What's that sound? Is there a monster in here, bro? I saw a very slender woman sitting at a desk. Is she writing a book? She must have been Shizuki. Shizuki didn't notice us at all and was intently focused on what she was writing. Yeah, the book. That's why the book is spreading out so many places. I literally stayed awake for a date with death. Oh my god, and it was worth it. That game was super fun. Like, I'm gonna have to play more of their games. Especially if they're like more one-shot stories where there's not a ton of routes. Like, then I can get through one in one sitting and feel really good about myself for 5 minutes. Or 5 hours, I guess, on average. Suzuki didn't notice us. The black threads appeared to spawn every single time Shizuki moved her brush. What could she possibly be writing? I stepped on something when I attempted to approach her. A piece of paper? Wait, this is... Everything you said was a lie. I don't need you or your presents that you gave me anymore. This phrase filled the entire sheet of paper. They were the very same lines I'd heard more times than I could count recently. And also what the comb shop girl had shouted at the man who frequented her store in the romance novel. Does this mean... I gathered up the papers scattered on the floor and read them. I knew it. My suspicions were confirmed. Your suspicions arose 5 seconds ago. People assumed it was Mr. Hiroka writing the books, but the real author was Shizuki. Shizuki's brush didn't stop moving. Oh, look at her! Alright, she can be a serial killer. It's fine. Look at you. Do you recognize this comb over here? She had bags under her eyes and was also rather pale. I'm not sorry for the list. I have a backlog, okay? I was gonna play Zelda this year. I did not. You're right, her hair is Yoichi's hair color. Have them side by side now, please. Also, the flowers on her dress, are those the same flowers that are on his comb design? That's a good bring up. It's also kind of similar, like the way the hair is put up. I gave you good game / demos, lol. I'm not saying you didn't. I'm just saying that the list has already got over 10 games on it. On top of the fact that I own a ton right now. Like, I own so many games right now. And I haven't even beat / played Jack and Jean in a long time because it was starting to get me, like, so anxious. I got so anxious playing that game. Listen. You listen. The transformation of her form folk into a Blightfall must have allowed her to keep writing even though she normally would have collapsed from exhaustion. More Otome games next year. Yeah, I have... I actually think I already said this. I'm going to play... I was thinking of playing this one in January, she said with a question mark in her voice. And then this one in February. And then the Kiss game in March. So I've got a few. Drumming. I got quite a few on my list right now. Although I have to pre-order the Kiss game still because it's not out until the end of February. These stickers are always just so cute. The little drummy one. Kaio Roria. Tap, 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 tap. The transformation of her form folk into a Blightfall must have allowed her to keep writing. Or she is the Blightfall. Black threads coiled around. Sympathy's Kiss, I'm getting the limited edition because it comes with stationery and cup. I think I saw that it came with that, but I have too many games to get that special edition because, one, I don't even know if I like the characters yet. If Virtue had a collector's edition, I probably would have got it in a heartbeat just because that one CG made me want to buy that game. Just the one of... Oh god, I just forgot his name. I'm too enveloped into this game now. I forgot his name. Eves. Eves on the ground holding flowers. Like, I saw that CG and I'm like, I need this game. This is my life now. I can't wait for this game to come out. And I was not disappointed. I really liked that game. Black threads coiled around Shizuki's entire body, proving my hypothesis. I can definitely tell that her form folk turning into a Blightfall had been an effect on her. Before this, I assumed the Blightfall that represented themselves and Shizuki's form folk turning into a Blightfall was entirely separate cases. Now that I was here, I could tell they were being caused by the same person. I heard there's a secret love interest in Sympathy's Kiss. We love a secret love interest. We do. I do love... Dude, shall I look at Sympathy's Kiss again? Like... Sympathy Kiss... Have I actually really looked at this? Again, I think I've said this 100 times. I don't look at a lot of stuff when it comes to coming soon games. Is this the same artist who did Lover Pretend, though? Because this looks vaguely familiar. This guy with the red hair is probably going to be my favorite route. Yes, it is. Oh, it is her? Okay. Oh my gosh. These boys. Interesting. Yeah, all these guys have like their shirts unbuttoned. There's, at a glance, 3 that instantly catch my interest. There's one boy that looks like if you've ever read the manga for Mars, or I don't know if they made an anime out of that. The blonde kind of looks like the main guy in Mars. Super exciting. I cannot wait. Okay, I need to stop looking at stuff for Sympathy's Kiss. I just saw there's a CG of one of them putting a seatbelt on the girl. Talk about goals, right? Like, imagine, like, here, let me get your seatbelt for you. I mean, in reality, I don't want anybody to get that close to me in a car, but, like... In a fictional world, absolutely. Please. Please put my seatbelt on for me. Oh my goodness. We got totally distracted just now. All right. Tendrils. They're caused by the same person. We absolutely have to find the folk form causing this. Oh. Shizuki stopped writing and then looked back at us. How long have you been there? Not long. Really? And yet Leah blames me for the mentioning of games, but she's looking up games. I literally have proven I have an addiction. We've established that a while ago. I started streaming to make myself play my otome games because then I feel guilty for not playing my otome games. It's been well established. I had all these games and went, gosh, I need to do something about it. I know. I'll play them. I'll play them while streaming. Oh my goodness. Instead of summoning someone, Suzuki responded with a distinct lack of interest. Like someone else I know. Normally, you'd be surprised to find someone you didn't know in your room. Even though things would have ended poorly for us if we'd surprised her into calling for help, I found it unsettling that she acted like it was completely normal. This works in our favor, though. We wouldn't be able to talk to Shizuki if she made a huge fuss about it for now. It didn't seem to be a problem. Apologies for barging in on you. I'm Leah, a messenger from the Shogunate. Oh, here they are on the same screen. Alright, there they are. Look at those two. Similar color palettes. The flowers are not the same in the headband. Not the headband, in his comb. That's fine. They both have flowers on their kimonos. The kimonos themselves are very similar colors too. Interesting, interesting. Interesting, interesting. I'm trying to see if there's anything else that looks the same between them. I mean, they both have... I started to say crosses. And I meant to say squares. They both have squares on their kimonos too, which are... She has no comb in her hair. Also, imagine that she wrote all these books and for some reason her brother is taking the credit for writing the books, even though it's against like the samurai's codes to be doing that. I'm Yoichi, also a messenger. And what do the Shogunate's messengers want with me? Do you know about the monsters called Blightfall that are appearing in the streets of Edo right now? We're currently investigating them and believe that the source of these monsters may be a form folk at Hiroka residence. As proof, the Blightfall have been reciting a line from a bound book you wrote. Everything you said was a lie. I don't need you or the present you gave me anymore. And you're being affected by it as well, Shizuki. Me? Did the bags under her eyes get darker? Shizuki tilted her head rather empathetically. Yes, when form folk turn into Blightfall, their owners are also affected. I heard you've been bedridden. Another form folk morphed into a Blightfall, and their owner's health took a turn for the worse, causing her to be bedridden as well. If you don't do something about this form folk, you might collapse. Worst comes to worst, you might even die. Please, could you tell us anything you might know about form folk who are acting strangely? Surely Suzuki didn't want to suffer from a mysterious illness either. Surely. I was positive she'd tell us who the form folk was. I understand the situation, but what's the problem? What? Man, your son acts just like you. Yoichi, say hi to your mom. You're telling me I might die, but I've always been frail, so why should I care?
いいじゃない。人間なんていつか死ぬんだから。それが早いか遅いかの違いでしょ。
Next year, I'm gonna make sure I mention another game to you. I mean, you got 16 days. I guess in 16 days, you can just plaster another list of games at me and we'll see what happens. It's not like the backlog keeps growing. It's fine. Everyone dies eventually. It's just a matter of how soon. That might be true, but it's no use. I won't be able to convince her with this reasoning in that case. If we don't fix whatever's causing this, Ito might go under.
それはいいわね。
Oh man, I love characters who want to watch the world burn. Good. It should. It should? Yeah, don't tell her what to feel. She laughed as if it were amusing. Shizuki herself didn't seem to be aware of it, but her formfolk turning into Blightfall had a huge effect on her. You don't know how she was before?
形人がおかしくなってるって話だけど。そんなの、とっくの昔に知ってるわよ。どの形人なのか、教えてほしい？
You mentioned one of my formfolk might have gone crazy. I've known that for ages. You want me to tell you which one it is? Yes, please.
じゃあ教えて。あげない。
A YouTuber that I know asked for recommendations. I'm like, I'm about to ruin her career and gave her a list of short and long visual novels. That does sound like something you would do, honestly. Then I won't. She's crazy. Shizuki laughed loudly. She was laughing like it was so absurdly funny she couldn't help herself. That's you right now. This isn't good. I can't get Shizuki to tell me who the formfolk is. If you just find them, you'll know. If we don't do something about the formfolk, Shizuki won't get better and we won't be able to rid Ito of the talking Blightfall either. I absolutely need her to tell me who it is. But how could I convince Shizuki, who didn't care if she died and also said Ito ought to go under? I racked my brain but couldn't come up with an answer. My. Then Shizuki asked something strange. That's my evil laugh when I mention more games. Yeah, you're just laughing maniacally.
あなたがつけている櫛、どこで買ったの？
Where did she buy that comb you're wearing? I touched my hair thinking she was talking about B for a moment, but I wasn't wearing anything that would have caught Shizuki's attention, which meant...
ねえ、私が質問してるんだから、ちゃんと答えてくれない？
I asked you a question. Answer me, won't you?
忘れた。
I forgot.
忘れた。私はその櫛がどこで売られていたのか、はっきり覚えているわ。
She's got a great voice, actually. Do I want to Google her right now? Oh, God. Let's see. Wintar's Wish. Oh. Not the movie. Not the movie. Oh, that was cute. Hang on. How surprising. I don't know anything she's been in. But this one is like the 100 girlfriends who really love you. She plays the voice of an 8-month-old. Nice. Nothing I recognize. Nothing. Oh, there's this thing that says Heaven Burns Red. Oh, that looks cute. Oh, everybody looks cute in that. Oh, everybody's so cute in that. Oh my gosh, this has like a bunch of Akaba 48 in it. What is this? What's going on? Why are all these girls so cute? What is this game? I hate it here, the 100 girlfriends. What? They really love you. She just plays the voice of a little kid in that. She's not one of the 100 girlfriends. She's just a little boy, looks like. I remember exactly where that comb was sold. Why would you remember?
だって、私がその櫛を売ったんだもの。
Because I sold it.
でも、これに似た櫛はどこにでもあるしね。あんたの勘違いじゃない？
I'm sure you could find one like it just about anywhere. You've got it mixed up with a different one.
いいえ、私が売ったものよ。
No, it's the one I sold. I know a streamer who was watching that anime. I hate that anime. I'm so sorry. Suzuki said, approaching Yoichi and staring at the comb in his hair.
模様に覚えがあるし、それに、ほらここ、傷があるわ。
It's got a chip in it? You're telling me Yoichi isn't perfect? Where's the chip? I don't see a chip. I remember the pattern and it also, see there? There it is. It has got a chip in it. Did she take that
私が
from your
指で
hair?
つけた傷よ。間違いないわ。
I'm absolutely positive I left this chip in it with my finger. Speaking of, my friend's a streamer, and I keep trying to figure out what the channel is because they won't tell me what it is. And they watch anime. What's the streamer's name? Is it a boy? Girl, it's chipped where? Are you talking about the corner? This is a perfectly fine comb. Gaslighter. Tell her you don't know what she's talking about. It is chipped, but it's hardly unusual for that to happen when you're wearing it in your hair all the time.
それだけじゃ証拠にならないと思うけど、傷なんて髪を言ってれば普通につくじゃん。
That alone? It was a guy, an anime reactor? Do they show their face on camera? This person keeps telling me I can find it myself. I can't find them. That alone doesn't prove anything. Stuff like that happens all the time when you're putting your hair up.
いいえ、いいえ。それは私の持っていた櫛よ。
Well, it's my comb now, BZ. You threw it at some guy. It's mine now. That used to be my comb. Shizuki gave it a fiery stare. I could tell how emotionally attached she was to the comb from her unusual behavior. Why did you sell it? If it was so important to you, why would you let it leave your crazy girl moment here?
嫌なことを思い出すからよ。
Oh, look at her smile. She's so cute. Look at mom and son right here. Because it reminded me of something painful. Black thread started to gush from Suzuki's body, and the writing brush in her grasp.
もう二度と目にしたくないと思ってたのに。どうしてあなたがそれをつけてるのよ。
I never wanted to see it again. Why are you wearing it? Shizuki had a deep-seated hatred for the comb Yoichi was wearing. Yoichi, take the comb off. That was the only way we'd get Suzuki to calm down. Yoichi, however, turned away.
絶対に外さない。
Absolutely not. Now's really not the time to be
なんと言わ
unreasonable.
れようと外さないから。
That's right. Like mother, like son, they're both stubborn. Too stubborn. I'm not taking it off no matter what you say. Yoichi seemed to realize it was the comb that was causing Shizuki to produce black threads. He can't see the threads, then why is he?
いいわ。 あなたが外さないなら私が外してあげる。
If you won't take it off, I'll remove it for you. Shizuki flung her brush aside and tried to grab the comb in Yoichi's hair, but then... What the? Yoichi smacked her hard.
串に触るな。俺はもうあんたの所有物じゃない。
Hands off the comb. I don't belong to you anymore. Ooh! Belong to you.
やっぱりお前は私の櫛なのね。
I knew it. You're my comb.
何度も言わせないで。俺はもうあんたの。
Don't make me repeat myself. I don't belong.
私のものよ。
You do belong to me. Suzuki flew into a blind rage, cutting Yoichi off.
それが誰かの手に渡ろうとね。それだけならまだ許せたのに。どうしてお前が形人になっているの？
How do you react when your item turns into a hot guy? Apparently blind rage, but imagine, right? They do say form folk can marry. I mean, if you love something enough and it becomes a person, I don't know. I guess that could be a different route. There's got to be a route where form folk married the person. Honestly, the otome character and her form folk seemed like they were dating a little bit. You fell into someone else's hands? I can let that slide, but how'd you become a form
お
folk?
前は私に疎まれて捨てられたのに、愛されていないお前が形人になれるわけがない。
That's kind of rude. First off, whoa, he can hear you. I shunned you, threw you away. There's no way an object as unloved as you could become a form folk.
もしかしてあなたが
Could it be? Are you... Shizuki's eyes bored into me.
その子は関係ない。
She has nothing to do with
かばっ
it.
ても無駄よ。私が大切な人を奪われたように、あなたからも奪って。
Am I gonna get murdered? Am I gonna die? Don't waste your breath trying to defend her. I'll take her from you just like I had someone important taken from me.
奪われたから奪う。あんたってかわいそうな女だね。
Taking something because someone took from you? Pathetic.
黙りなさい。私はかわいそうな女なんかじゃ。
Shut up. Who are you calling pathetic?
そうやって否定して自分が惨めじゃない？
You don't think it's pitiful to deny it?
まああんたにとって許婚の高本桐之助は唯一の心の拠り所だったんだし、そんな人に捨てられたらね。
Oh, your fiance, Kirinosuke Takamoto, held a special place in your heart. Must have been a huge blow when he ditched you.
捨てられてなんかいない。私はあの女に許婚を奪われただけ。
Did she write a story where the person stays with her? He didn't ditch me. She stole
そ
him
れ
from
を捨
me.
てられたっていうのに認められないなんて本当に惨めな女だよ。
I mean, I can say he ditched you, but doesn't make you any less pitiful refusing to accept it. Where have I heard the name Kirinosuke Takamoto before?
うるさい。うるさい。うるさい。うるさい。道具の分際で私を憐れむな。
They really like to scream shut up a lot. Shut up, shut up, shut up! Don't you dare pity me when you're nothing more than a tool. That's my tool, thank you. Black threads spewed from Shizuki in response to her anger.
お前なんて振らずに壊せばよかった。そうすれば二度と目にすることもなかったのに。
I should have just broken you instead of selling you. Then I would have never seen you again.
そう。でもおあいにくさま、俺はこうして形人になった。あんたと違って俺は愛されたってこと。
Oh my god! Whoa! Unfortunately for you, I'm a foreign folk now, meaning unlike you, someone loved me. Ooh.
私だってあの人に愛されてた。だからお前をその騎士をもらったんだもの。
If you sold him, he doesn't belong to you. Yeah. I was too. He loved me. That's why he gave me your comb. This produced even more black threads. Yoichi's over here like, girl, let me ruin your day. Let me get this straight. Yoichi's original object is the comb in his hair, and that person who owned him was Shizuki. And Shizuki sold the comb because she didn't want to look at something her fiance gave her, only to be reunited with Yoichi, the item she sold.
あんたと言い名付けは親同士が決めた婚姻で本当に愛し合ってたわけじゃないじゃん。
Yoichi knows a lot about this. Like a lot. Like a lot? Like more than a little. Like a lot. It was an arranged marriage. You didn't really love each other.
串を送ったのはあんたへのご機嫌と。
He dragging her, like
心を込め
seriously.
た贈り物は駆け落ち相手に送ったんでしょ。
He only gifted you the comb to suck up to you. The heartfelt gift went to the woman he eloped with.
違う。
No. Does she like turn into the monster now? More black threads spawned every time Shizuki yelled, which then got tangled up in the threads already in the room. This isn't looking good. I don't want to stop Yoichi from being his true self. But I will if it tells me to. You can't get into Yoichi's way. Don't stop Yoichi. I guess we gotta stop Yoichi. I didn't get flowers. Wait, what did I do? Oh no, I just accidentally saved over it. Hang on, we gotta go back. Watch me ruin this game right now. I'm on save and I continue to save. Oops. Let's fix that one. My bad. That was my bad. Oh, oops, sorry. Look into it anyways. My bad. Okay. Okay, now we're gonna save and not save over a file right after making a choice because that's so silly. All right, don't stop him. Just stop him. He likes that I hold him back. Yoichi, that's enough. I step between Yoichi and Suzuki.
Hanta.
Leah. His eyes open wide in surprise. I'm shocked. I never would have guessed you and Shizuki had all this history. Besides, I can tell you don't really want to blame her for what happened. I probably would have done the same thing in her shoes. But if you keep criticizing her, it might create a blightfall. Shizuki's anger had given birth to a huge number of black threads already. If we kept provoking her, who knew what kind of blightfall it would give birth to? Her anger and resentment ran that deep.
確かに。あんたの言う通りだね。
You're right. I guess I'll stop teasing her. All the tension left Yoichi's shoulders. He looked me in the eyes before lowering his head.
ごめん。
Sorry. Phew! Looks like Yoichi's cooled off. But... No. Shizuki was desperately repeating herself so loudly she was making herself tremble. She's looking a little smoky. I wish you'd just disappear. An arm-like appendage woven from black threads came swinging down. I think she mad? Ah, man, it's hard to say. We don't know the color of the threads around her neck. The wind from it nearly blew Yoichi and I away. Did Yoichi hold you? Just saying. Shizuki, what in the world's going on? Having heard the commotion, finally, Mr. Hiroka and a few form folk entered the room.
Shizuki-sama, 大丈夫ですか?
Miss Shizuki, are you alright? She sounded a little unhinged now.
Shizuki-sama?
Mrs. Shizuki? Him, it's him. Shizuki pointed at Yoichi, her eyes bloodshot. Naturally, Mr. Hiroka and the form folk looked our way. What did you do to Shizuki? Oh, now we're gonna run away? Leah, let's go. I nod. Sorry, Mr. Hiroka. I won't let you escape. Escaping the outstretched black threads by the skin of our teeth, we fled the manor in a huge hurry. I don't know if that sounded like running. After barely making it to the base alive, we told Miyagi and the other everything that had happened at the Hiroka estate.
では、一連の事件はしずきさんの形人が原因ということだね。
Meaning Shizuki's form focus behind the recent string of events. Yeah, she seems to know which one of it is too. The only problem is that she was heavily affected by her form folk turning into a Blightfall, so it's not likely she'll tell us what happened. I think we're not ready to stop her. She kind of lost herself. She's having a moment, guys. She's just really emotional right now. Because, you know, the guy who didn't love her back left her for a comb vendor.
今の話だと家の者から話を聞くのも難しいだろうな。
Could the Shogun ask? Because he's kind of an important dude. Based on your account of what happened, I doubt we'd be able to ask anyone from their household.
喋る良いかの原因が平岡家にあることが分かった。それだけでも今までより調査が楽になるよ。
Maybe she needs to go to therapy. I don't know if they had therapy at this time. Unfortunately, the world is crazy. It's clear that the talking Blightfall originated at the Hiroka residence. That alone will make our investigation much easier.
お庭番の総力を挙げて平岡家を調査。原因の形人を発見し、注ぎを行ってもらう。
We'll devote the Onoban's full attention to further investigate the Hiroka estate, track down the form folk causing this, and perform snow sacrament.
そうすれば、江戸の町を騒がせている喋る良いか騒動が収まるだろうからね。
Which should lessen the amount of talking Blightfall currently wreaking havoc throughout Edo. I don't know if that's how that's gonna work.
大変な任務になるけど、みんなで力を合わせれば解決できる。俺も俺のできる範囲で支援させてもらうからね。
This mission will be a large undertaking, but we'll solve the case by combining forces. I'll do what I can to assist you as well. Thank you very much in advance.
そうと決まれば行動あるのみだ。私は武家町の知り合いに話を聞いてこよ
う。With that settled, all we have left to do is take action. I'll speak with my acquaintances in Samurai Town.
俺はこのことを武家町組や娯楽街組に報告してくるよ。
What about the Shogunite? Let's get him involved. Let's get that big guy involved. I miss him. I haven't seen him in a while. I'll report this to the Samurai Town Entertainment District teams. Let's talk to that playboy. With that, the two of them left the reception hall. Yoichi also stood up.
聞きたいことがあるから、ちょっとついてきて。
I wanted to ask you something. Come with me for a moment. Sure. I'm sure he wants me to ask you about, well, probably what just happened. Crazy. I followed Yoichi out of the reception hall, taking a guess at what he wanted from me. At this time of day, there weren't many people around. Yoichi asked me to follow him and brought me all the way out here, but where are we going? This wasn't the way to Yanagi Brewery, so I knew we weren't headed there. We didn't say a word to each other. I just walked staring at Yoichi's back.
なんで俺のことを報告しなかったの？
Why didn't you mention me in your report? Yoichi stopped and looked back
俺
at
が
me.
道具だった時の記憶を持ってるって。それが原因であの人を怒らせたって。
Why
なん
didn't
で
you...
報告しなかったの？
Sorry, Yoichi. Why didn't you mention in your report that I have memories of being an object, or that my memories are what made her so mad in the first place? Well, I stopped in my tracks as well, thinking back to what happened. The truth is, I didn't include it in my report, even though I should have, because I didn't want them to get rid of you. I heard from Miyagi and Yubuta earlier that vessels have their hearts and memories sealed away. Vessels are discarded when they regained their hearts and memories.
みんなに気づかれたら黙ってたあんたも罪に問われるよ。
If the others find out, you'll face charges for not saying anything. Yeah, well, what about you? You'll be dead, so who cares? Right? Right? Am I right? High five? No? Okay. They might dispose of us both when they find out.
は？何言ってるの？俺はキコで、あんたは人間。簡単に処分できるわけないだろ。
What are you talking about? I'm a vessel and you're a human. No way they'd off you that easily.
それにもし気づかれたとしても、あんたはお咎めを受けるだけで、すぐお庭番の仕事に復帰できるはずだよ。
Even if they did find out, all they do is hold you responsible for your actions before letting you get right back to your Oniwaban work.
キコは代わりが利くけど、あんたは白石の一族の末裔だからね。まあ、監視の目は厳しく。
I think they also have to keep in mind that she is human. She's only human after all. And that probably gives her the, I don't know, this is a person. I'm used to form folk. Vessels are weird. Vessels are replaceable, but you're a descendant of the Hakuseki clan. They might keep a close eye on you, but there's no replacing you, Yoichi. Hearing Yoichi say that made me sad. I found myself denying it very loudly. You're a big eater and you're lazy and you're always trying to find a chance to slack off, but you made me food and you've been giving me martial arts training, and everyone knows they can count on you because you do your job well. There's no other vessel like you, Yoichi.
あんた。
Leah? Whoa. Yoichi looked at me dumbfounded. After a while, he sighed before beginning to speak.
俺はキコとして生まれた時から記憶を持ってた。
Yoichi was defective from day one, yo. I've had my memories ever since I was born as a vessel.
陰陽師に封印の儀式をされているところも道具の姿のままちゃんと見ていたのに、どうしてなのかは自分でもわからない。
I even saw the soothsayer perform the sealing ritual while I was still an object. I don't really understand it myself.
ただしずきが持ち主だって思い出したのは最近だけどね。あの人は許嫁から贈られた櫛を、それはもう大事にしてた。
I only recently remembered that Shizuki was my owner, though. She really loved the comb her fiance gifted to her.
毎日毎日大切に手入れをして、許嫁に会えない日は櫛を眺めて過ごしていたんだ。
She used it every single day and would spend the entire day staring at the comb when she wasn't able to see him.
でもあれだけ大切にしてたくせに、あの人は俺をこの櫛を売ったんだ。
But then she sold me the comb, even though she loved me so much.
原因はあんたも知っての通り、許嫁に捨てられたから。
She literally gave up her baby. That might be too dark. That's too dark. Did I go too far? Because her fiance abandoned her, as you already know.
そして俺は質屋に入れられ、それを幕府が購入して貴子として生まれた。対良いかのためだけに作られた道具としてね。
He was like days away from becoming an actual form folk, it sounds like. That's how I came to the pawn shop. The shogunite purchased the comb. Blame Virtue. Virtue's gotten me too dark. I'm like, oh man. That's how I came to the pawn shop. The shogunite purchased the comb there, and then I was born as a vessel, as a tool created solely to fight Blightfall.
しずきに嫌な思い出として捨てられて、今度は良いか退治に使えなくなったから捨てられる。
Shizuki discarded me as a bad memory, and now this time around, I'll be thrown away because I can't be used to Slave Blightfall anymore. No wonder he doesn't want a relationship. He doesn't want to be thrown away again. Aww.
そんなのまっぴらごめん。道具だからってなんで人間の好きにされなくちゃいけないの？
This is the darkest rendition of the brave little toaster I've ever seen. The hell with that. Why do I have to let humans do whatever they want with me just because I'm an object? Yoichi was speaking from the heart. When I heard about this from Miyagi, the others, I questioned the idea that the vessels were fine with being terminated after getting their hearts back. But now here Yoichi was telling me just how unhappy he was about it. Yoichi probably feels this way because he has his memories from before. If the other vessels remember their past, they'd probably feel just as scared and unhappy about being discarded too. Maybe vessels were happier not having their hearts or memories back after all. Happiness is an emotion, actually, so technically they wouldn't know. I can only say that because I'm human, though. If other vessels had regained their hearts or memories, just like Yoichi, would I be this close to him? Something occurred to me after glancing at Yuichi's neck. He doesn't have any threads there, meaning the seal in his heart, which is what creates emotion, hasn't been broken yet. In that event, a vessel regained both their memories and their hearts. They were at risk of becoming a Blightfall, meaning they needed to be discarded. But they won't, because Yoichi doesn't have a heart. They won't get rid of you if you tell them you have memories.
は？いきなり何？そんなことバカ正直に話したところで、その日のうちに。
Where's this coming from? Keep being honest to a fault like this, and one day you don't have threads. From what I can see right now, Yoichi, you have memories, but I don't think you have a heart. That sounds dark. You don't have a heart, bro. I'm sure if we let Lord Yoshimon know, they wouldn't get rid of you after all. Lord Yoshimon himself said he knew my powers were the genuine article. He would believe me.
あんたに意図が見えなきゃ、俺には心がないってことになるの。
So what you're saying is I don't have a heart unless you can see my threads?
愛された記憶が、捨てられた記憶があるのに、役目から解放されたいって望む心があるのに。
Aw, damn, that's dark, bro. You're right, Yoichi. You do have a heart. You do have feelings. Even though I have memories of being loved and abandoned, even though I have a heart that wishes it could be set free from these duties.
それなのにどうして、あんたに心がないって決められなくちゃいけないの？
What makes you so convinced I don't have a heart? Oh. I knew I'd made a mistake. That's not what I meant. I just wanted to assure you. I wanted to assuage any concerns you might have about being discarded, that's all.
取り除くどころか、心がないって否定されたら、普通は傷つくよね。ああ、俺はキコだし、心がないから問題ないって思った
MC, I
ん
think you
だ。
fucked up. You fucked up and it wasn't even a choice that I made. Haha, funny. Far from it. I'm just like anyone else. Hearing you deny I have a heart hurts. I'm sure you assumed it wasn't a problem. I'm a vessel. We don't have hearts. That's not...
違わないだろ。
Yes, it is. I need to apologize to Ichi right now for hurting his feelings. Is he gonna run away? It was insensitive of me to say you don't have a heart. I'm really sorry. But I didn't say that to hurt your feelings. It's true. I won't tell anyone you have memories either. If you're ever worried about being different from the other vessels, I'll gladly lend you an ear. I want to help you, Yoichi.
なんで？
Why? Because you're a good friend of mine. In fact, you're not just a friend to me, you're even more special than that. She literally hurt his feelings. I know, right? Because I like you? Yeah, I like you. Which is why when I said what I said really resonated with me. I like Yoichi?
心がない俺を好き？そんな嘘に騙されるわけないだろ。
You like me even though I don't have a heart? You seriously think I'd fall for a lie like that? I'm not lying.
悪いけど、あんたの言葉は信じられない。
Sorry, but I don't believe you.
一人にさせて。
Leave me alone. Yoichi turned his back on me and started walking down the alley. Girl, run after him. This is the airplane moment. Go! Unable to stop him. Unable to stop him? Where's her legs? Unable to stop him, all I could do was watch in a daze as he left. I hurt Yoichi's feelings by telling him he didn't have a heart. Like Yoichi had mentioned, he had memories of being cherished by Shizuki. He also had memories of being thrown away, as well as a heart that didn't want humans to have their way with him just because he was an object. Why couldn't I see his threads then? I wouldn't have said it. He didn't have a heart if I had seen them. Why don't you not assume that means someone doesn't have a heart? What are these threads only I can see anyways? If only there was another Hakuseki around to ask why I could see emotions in the shape of threads. Lord Yoshimun told me the entire clan had died. I wish I couldn't see threads at all. It was a thought I'd had countless times since realizing I could see them. This was the first time I ever felt this strongly about it, though. It'll probably be tough to hang out with Yoichi like we did before. I felt sick to my stomach. Girl, just lie down in this alleyway to die. That's what I would do. I mean, that's what happened in Verche. Thinking about Yoichi made my heart pound. The mere thought of him being in a special relationship with somebody else in the past made me gloomy. He was a comb in the past, girl. Calm down. And knowing someone hated him felt like I had a hole carved in my chest. I knew it. I'm in love with him. It's not just like, I like. I like. It was only just now occurring to me that I liked him not as a friend, but as a man. He's a man to me now. Boom. I can't believe I only realized this after making him hate me. She's a Dolph in this story. Hey, look at that. Look at that connection. She was just like, you're a monster. And then he's like, goodbye. Yeah, see that correlation? Didn't see that coming, did you? Oh my stars. It took me far too long to realize how I felt about him. Actually, it took you about as long as Adolph took to realize he had feelings for MC in the last game. She can die in an alley. Dude, it's raining. It only rains when people are sad in games. Drops of rain had begun falling from the heavy, low-hanging cloud in the sky. A heavy rain immediately began to fall. This is my jam. Yeah, we can take a nap now, guys. Oh yeah, that's the good stuff. I simply stood there unable to leave that spot to chase after Yoichi because my legs apparently were broken. You can't tell me there's nothing you can do. You can't tell me you had to watch someone walk away. 10 days later. Ooh. The talking Blightfall weren't decreasing. In fact, they were on the rise. They'd also broken the only appear at nightfall rule and were now appearing at all hours of the day. As a result, many Edoites had been forced to stay inside their homes. The townsfolk watched breathlessly as Blightfall ran rapid. That was where the city of Edo stood at the moment. Exhausted from staying on top of the situation, a dark shadow had fallen over the entire Oniwaban. Because we did shit. What have we been doing? Good morning.
Ohayo.
Morning, Leah. Miyagi greeted me cheerfully. Still, he had very distinct bags under his eyes. I could tell he hadn't been sleeping much. I see Kyuga isn't here today.
また武家町の方で喋る良いかが出現したから、それの対応に向かってもらっている。
Another talking Blightfall appeared over Samurai Town, so he headed over there to take care of it.
ここでもよく見るけど、武家町は本当に昼夜を問わずからね。
We've been seeing them here a lot too, but they pop up all day long over in Samurai Town. Precisely. The talking 10 days. Bro. How long are you going to know what is causing this and absolutely do nothing to stop it? What is this plot line? Like, my dude, you had a hint that it was likely tied to this person. You said you saw how dark and creepy it was. I killed Asia, by the way, because she's still not over the fact that MC is actually a dolphin in this game. Um, like, and you did nothing, and then you waited for another sake order to finally go back and then talk to her, and then 100% confirm, yes, she knows a form folk is doing this. I'm so sorry for murdering you. She knows a form folk is causing these problems. 10 more days go by? What the hell are you guys even doing? Are you even an elite group of trained little monsters? Like, what's happening in this game that 10 days later, after you've confirmed there's no one to protect in that house? No one. Not a person. The talking Blightfall still made frequent appearances in Castletown and the Entertainment District, but they were seen even more frequently in Samurai Town. This is probably going to be the part about this game that part of this route I like the least is how dumb this is. Probably because that's where Suzuki is, and we're not doing shit to stop it. We hadn't been to Suzuki's house since then because reasons. Mr. Hiroka hadn't complained to Yanagi's brewery either, so on the surface it was as if nothing had ever happened. Mr. Hiroka and the form folk looked really confused to see Suzuki act so deranged. But if they hadn't said a word, that must have meant they'd seen her act like that before. Not entirely true. You can be deranged and it be the first time and you can not seem all that surprised because people are humans and they can have feelings. And did I break you? You're popping weird. Nah, I'm just weird. IDK is there's no music, which makes this harder, but I wanted to send a text message in case my sister was still out. She goes to do D&D on Fridays, which is why I'm like, I'll stream on a Friday, but I also don't know if she's come home. She usually comes in the room when she comes home. She has not, so they knew there was something wrong with Shizuki, so they had all decided to keep her hidden away. I'm dying to know what happened at the Hiroka estate right now, but I heard Yoichi's looking into it. I glanced at the spot where Yoichi usually sat. I guess we really can't be friends like we used to. Ever since Yoichi left that day, we barely talked at all. Although we sometimes talked I would say at each other, to each other, sharing the same official workspace. You could hardly call it small talk. We said the bare minimum to each other. I didn't even hear that he was investigating the Haruko residence from him, Miyagi told me. Without thinking, I let out a sigh.
君も疲れているんだね。
You must be tired. Pardon me for sighing while on the job.
ここには
God
俺と君し
forbid
か
I
いない
show
から気にし
emotions.
なくていいよ。それに、ため息をつきたくなる気持ちもわかるしね。
It's just you and I here, so don't worry about it. Besides, I can totally understand when you might feel like sighing. I'm currently married though, so you can't date me, even though I look like a viable option.
こう毎日毎日、酔い方退治に追われてるとね。戦闘に出ていない俺でも憂鬱になってしまうよ。
They've been out taking down Blightfall day in, day out. I don't even go into battle with them, and I spill down in the dumps. Then he flashed a strained smile at me. For some reason, I feel so relaxed talking to Miyagi. Like, girl talk, let's go. Once again, I'm glad Miyagi's my boss.
そうそう。今日は俺が君と一緒の任務に就くからね。
Alright, today you'll be accompanying me while I go about my task. I will? So far, I mostly worked with Yoichi and Kyuga. I think this might be the first time I've ever worked with Miyagi.
さっき言った通り、 源十郎は武家町組の加勢に行っているし、与一は平岡家の調査をしている。
Like I mentioned earlier, Genjiro is off assisting Samurai Town crew and Yoichi is investigating the Hiroka
通常
family.
なら俺は別の任務についているんだけど、状況が状況だからね。今日だけでなく、今後は俺と君が一緒に行動することが多くなると思うよ。
Because we're doing nothing to stop anything. Normally I have other duties. You and I will be working together more often from now on though, given the current situation, not just today. So is it our job today to gather information instead of defeating Blightfall? Even though, like, literally we already have all the information we need. You guys! Yaji mentioned earlier that he let the vessels handle all the combats.
うん。しずきさんの形人につながる情報、もしくはしずきさんを説得できそうな人物を探すことになるね。
We'll be looking for leads on Shizuki's form folk and anyone who might be able to persuade Shizuki into helping us. Imagine just breaking into the house where she lives and telling her brother that if you do not tell us all the form folk that live here and produce them right this second so that we can stop the nightmare outside, then we're gonna burn your house down. That's a small price, don't you think? Like, don't you think destroying one house to save a city? I'm always the needs of the many. You know what I mean? So, like, I'm a needs of the many kind of girl here. One small fire. We have the Shogun, who will deny it even happened. They will blame you for it. You will go to jail for your own house fire. Just me? Information related to Shizuki's form folk and people who might be able to persuade her. Oh!
どうしたんだい？もしかして何か
What's the matter?
心当たりでも？
Do you have an idea? There's one thing that's been on my mind. Do you mind if we look into
もちろん
it?
構わないよ。じゃあ早速移動しよ
Yashi didn't even ask me a follow-up question. He's like, let's go. I don't mind. Let's go. Toodle off. The red light district, which once bustled even in daytime, was deadly still. I'm sure it looks like this around here because of the talking Blightfall. Countless women sat at the lattice windows when I came here before, but there was no one there now. I didn't walk past anyone either. It's almost felt like a ghost town.
う。ここにたくさんの遊女がいたとは思えないね。
Hard to believe there used to be a ton of corazones here. Yeah. Have you been here before? I asked, assuming he hadn't, just as suspected. Miyagi shook his head from side to side.
いや、ないよ。そんなことをしたら妻に申し訳ないし。そもそも妻以外の女性に興味がないからね。
Are they like high school lovers? Like, come on, Miyagi. I want your backstory. I want to see your widow baby. I want to see everything. Let's go. That sounded weird. I want to see your story, your life. Like, your life. I haven't. I'd feel horribly guilty for my wife if I ever did anything like that. I've never been interested in any other woman anyways. You really love your wife, don't you, Miyagi? If Shizuki's fiance had been as devoted to Miyagi, maybe this wouldn't have even happened.
それで遊郭に来た
But
わ
then
に
you
は
wouldn't know
こ
Yoichi.
こで何を調べるんだい？
I mean, he might be a form folk, but he wouldn't be your form folk. So here we are in the red light district. What are we here to investigate? I'd like to look into Kirinosuke Takamoto, who used to be engaged to Suzuki.
確かに武家町組の情報で言い名付けがいたことは知っていたが、よく名前まで聞き出せたね。
I knew she had a fiance based on the intelligence gathered by Samurai Town team, but nice job catching his name. Yeah, I'm glad I was lucky enough to hear it. Truthfully, it was Yoichi who said her fiance's name, but if I told Miyagi that, he'd realize Yoichi had his memories. I figured it'd be better to let him have the wrong impression.
しかし、その言い名付けと遊郭にどんなつながりが？
What connection does her fiance have to the red light district? Shizuki's fiance eloped with a courtesan who worked here. Are we sure it was a courtesan? Wait, did he say it was a courtesan? I know she left him, but was it a courtesan? I thought he left her for the person who sold the hair clip to him. I know that was in the book, but I've got to cross my legs because my toes are very cold because they've been dangling. The owner of the brothel had told me that when we were here investigating the red light district earlier, I never thought it'd have a connection to the case quite like this. If Takamoto is alive, maybe he'll be able to convince Suzuki to help. Why? We'd already paid the Tamamoto family a visit. He said it would be hard to pinpoint exactly where he eloped when I asked earlier. I turned to Samurai Directory, visiting the Takamoto estate. As it turned out, the family had been dissolved, and I had no idea where he was either. That's the brothel over there. You could say it was fortunate Takamoto frequented the brothel we visited earlier. Maybe the owner of the brothel knew where he is then. I entered the brothel with Miyagi, getting my hopes up a tiny bit. Just a little bit. We entered the room. The owner was hurriedly moving luggage around. Is he moving? As I stood there, not quite sure whether to say something, the owner turned around and saw us.
あなた方ですか。
Ah, it's you. Apologies for bothering you when you're busy.
いえ、店じまいの準備がほとんど終わって、あとはここを片付けるだけでしたから。
Oh no, I'm mostly done getting ready to close up the place. All I have left to do is tidy up a bit. Are you closing the brothel down?
ええ、続けてもお客が来ませんし、それにここに残ったら、あの化け物に襲われるかもしれない。
Yes, we haven't had any customers coming in. Plus, we might get attacked by monsters if we stick around.
しばらく江戸を離れて、落ち着いたらまた戻ってくるつもりでいます。
I'm gonna leave Ito for a while and come back when things have calmed down.
まったく、なんでこんなことになったんだか。
Honestly, why did things turn out this way anyways? He let out a deep sigh. He looked utterly exhausted and didn't seem quite as intimidating as when we first met. I'm sorry.
なんであなたが謝るんですか？
Why are you apologizing? I just feel sorry for your situation. Even though Talking Blightfall were on the rise due to our ineptitude, the owner of the brothel wouldn't have known that. He probably had no idea what I meant. I meant sorry for barging in under these
何度も謝ら
circumstances.
なくていいですよ。むしろこんな状況でここに来たということは、私に何か聞きたいことがあるんでしょう？
No need to keep apologizing. In fact, I'm sure you must have something to ask if you've braved that to come here.
どうぞ何でも聞いてください。
Feel free to ask me anything you like. Thank you so much. Do you mind telling me a little bit more about Kironosuke Takamoto? You mentioned him to me before.
そうですね。
I did, didn't I? He paused and pondered to
いいで
himself.
しょう。本当のことをお話しします。
Sure, I'll tell you the truth about him. Do you know where he is? Are you him?
自業自得とはいえ、かわいそうでしたね。
The music starting, it's just like stares off to the distance. He got what was coming to him. But it was a real shame. I had a bad feeling about his unsettling remark. You don't mean
亡くなられました。
he passed away. Was he sick? He shook his head, then told me what happened to Takamoto and the courtesan he ran off with in
高本
detail.
さんとうちで働いていた遊女は大阪まで駆け落ちしたんですが、血は喧嘩の末に殺傷沙汰を起こしてしまったんですよ。
Takamoto and the courtesan who worked here eloped to Osaka but died following a
それ
lover's
で
bet.
2人とも亡くなったと聞いています。
I heard they both passed
喧
away.
嘩の原因は高本さんの心変わりでした。駆け落ちしたはいいものの、 形人よりやっぱり許嫁の方が好きだと気づいたからだとか。
They were fighting because Takamoto had a change of heart. He was glad he eloped, but he realized that he loved his fiancée more than the form folk
友
after
女と
all.
駆け落ちしたのも将来の不安から逃げたくて衝動のままついという感じらしいですね。
He eloped with the courtesan because he was trying to run away from his fears about the future, so he made an impulsive decision. Or so I've heard.
私もあの子には本気になるなと言い聞かせてはいたんです。
I tried to warn the courtesan not to get too serious too.
高本さんには許嫁がおられるし、いくらお前に愛を囁いても本心は許嫁にあると口が酸っぱくなるくらい注意したんですが。
I warned her until I was blue in the face that Takamoto had a fiancé, and no matter how many sweet nothings he whispered into her ear, his heart belonged to another.
駆け落ちや心中は物語としては美しく描かれます。ですが、現実は物語ほど美しくはないということでしょうね。
Eloping and lover suicide are glorified in stories, but reality isn't as beautiful as the stories are. Takamoto was gone. Other courtesans who had taken him from... And the courtesan... Okay. First off, whoa, no. The courtesan who had taken him from Suzuki had passed away too. He was not taken. He went willingly. She did not take. Thank you for telling me all this. Do not blame a girl for a guy leaving another girl. Blame the guy. It can sound romantic as hell as you want. Be like, oh, he changed his mind after leaving with her. He decided he really loved his fiancée. Fuck you. He left her. I wouldn't have taken him back if it was me. I don't care. I thanked him, then left the brothel with Miyagi. You lost me. Game. She did not take. He was throwing himself at her. He probably used to sit right here. Miyagi spoke to me as I sat there staring blankly at the chair.
衝撃的な話だったけど、大丈夫かい？
That was a pretty shocking tale we just heard. Are you okay? Yeah, sorry to make you worry.
こらこら、謝らないでくれ。俺は君の上司で仲間なんだから、心配するのは当然だよ。
Come on, don't apologize. I'm your boss and your friend, so of course I worried about you.
高本さんも、遊女と駆け落ちする前に、許嫁のことを思い出していたら、こんなことにはならなかっただろう。
None of this would have happened if Takamoto remembered his fiancée before eloping with the
そうす
courtesan.
れば、今頃は妻と可愛い娘や息子ができていたのかもしれないのにね。
He could have had a wife and maybe a cute son or a daughter by now. Oh, wait, I started to say, or he could have had that with his form folk lover, but you're right, they don't have babies. They can't. That's why they work there. What? Like you, Miyagi?
ああ、そうだね。
Yeah, exactly. He smiled warmly at me. Miyagi and I walked back to the Onuaban base together. I thought we'd be able to convince Shizuki to help if we knew where Takamoto went, but I guess that's a wash. We're back at square one. She might like to know what happened to him, though. What should we investigate starting tomorrow? Yoichi was looking into the Hiroka family. The entire samurai town team was investigating them, not just Yoichi, so they didn't really need our help. They'd make more progress on the investigation with more hands on deck, but I'm sure Yoichi would hate that. It would hurt me deeply if he openly ignored me.
少しいいかな？
Leah, do you have a moment? Sure. I looked up and gave him an affirmative nod. Maybe he wants to discuss our plan of action starting tomorrow. I braced myself and waited for Miyagi to say something, only to hear him ask a completely off-the-wall
余
question.
一と何かあったのかい？
Did something happen between you and Yoichi?
その反応、やっぱり何かあったんだね。
Your reaction says it all. I guess I'm not surprised that he realized something happened after seeing how we've been acting around each other lately. I used to work with Yoichi fairly frequently, but now Yoichi acted on his own. Yoichi didn't want to be around me even when a meeting was called. It was no wonder that Miyagi had noticed.
本音を言うと、 余一と何かあることの方がおかしいんだけどね。
To be frank, I find it even weirder if something actually did happen between you two.
だから、余一が君を避けているのは気のせいなのかとも思っていたんだけど。
I thought it was just thought I was just imagining that Yoichi was avoiding you. Why would that be weirder?
余一がキコだからだよ。キコには誰かを嫌ったり、それで避けたりっていう感情がないからね。
Because Yoichi's a vessel. Vessels don't have the emotions to dislike others or avoid people because of them.
どんなに失礼なことを言われても、
That
傷
is
つけら
not
れても、
true.
その相手を避けたりはしない。
Y'all have proven time and time again in different parts of this story that they seem to have preferences. No matter how rude someone might have been or how badly their feelings were hurt, they wouldn't go out of their way to avoid someone. I just realized that my sparrow has been missing. Where's Komame? Where's my sparrow who loves Yoichi? Where is she?
もしそれをするなら、キコにとって最善だった場合だけだろう。
And if they did, vessels would only do it in situations where it was for the best.
正直、君を避けることがキコにとってどう最善なのかがわからなくてね。
Although to be honest, I'm not sure how avoiding you would be in a vessel's best option.
例えば、戦闘で足手まといなら避けたりしないで君に伝えるはずだ。
If it gets in the way of fighting, for example, he should really just tell you instead of
人間だっ
avoiding
たら
you.
ごまかして伝えるけど、包み隠さずはっきりとね。
A human would cover things up when talking to you, but I'm sure he wouldn't sugarcoat it.
それなのに、君を避けたりするなんて、なんだかキコらしくないと思ったんだ。
It just didn't seem very vessel-like of him to avoid you. Miyashi's remark startled me. He doesn't think Yoichi's behavior is very vessel-like, but also doesn't seem to realize he has his memories back. It didn't look like he did, based on the way his head was cocked to the side.
余一に聞いても、きっとはぐらかされるだろうから、君から話を聞けると嬉しいな。
Yoichi would
余
just
一と何があったんだい？
Yoichi would just dodge the question entirely if I asked him, so I'm glad I can ask you. Did something happen between you and Yoichi?
話しづらいことなら無理には聞かないけど、君も余一も俺にとって大事な仲間だ。
I won't ask you anything you're not comfortable talking about, but both you and Yoichi are good friends of mine.
二人の間に何かあって気まずくなっているのなら、仲間として、上司として力になりたいと思っている。
If something happened and made things awkward between you two, I'd love to help you. To help as your friend and your boss. Miyashi, if I tell him what happened, he might realize Yoichi has his memories. That's why I can't talk about it. You told me before that vessels have their hearts and memories from before they were vessels sealed away, right? How was that done? Do you know why they sealed them? Unable to answer Miyashi's question, I asked a question back. He didn't even hesitate before
ご
responding.
めん。それは実のところ、俺にもよくわからないんだ。
Sorry to tell the truth, I don't really know either.
陰陽師に手を加えられた時に、そういう儀式も一緒にしているとしか聞いてないから。
All I've heard is that they do some kind of ceremony while the soothsayer is performing one of their own.
俺は呪術とかさっぱりだからね。君は詳しかったりするのかな？
I don't know a thing about the spell. I figured you'd know more about it than I do. No, I don't know either. So you don't actually know if they've been sealed.
うん。だから俺も最初はかなり混乱したよ。
Which is why I was really also confused
前
at
も言っ
first.
たように、どこからどう見ても普通の人間で、言動も人間と変わらなかったから、記憶や心が封じられているようには思えなかった。
Like you've mentioned before, you wouldn't know their hearts or memories had been sealed away because they look and act just like any other normal human being.
でも、付き合っているうちに、ああ、確かに心が封じられているなって納得するようになったんだ。
Spending time with them really convinced me of it. How do you
彼
mean?
らは人間と違って、ものすごく効率的なんだ。個体差はあるけど、任務に無駄なことは基本しないし、良いかになった相手に同情もしない。
Unlike humans, they're all about efficiency. They are individuals, but they waste no time on anything that isn't mission related and give Blightfall no sympathy.
人間だったら心が揺さぶられるようなことでもキコは淡々と処理していく。
Vessels address things that would rattle a human in a very matter-of-fact way.
そんなの心があったら絶対に無理だからね。まあそれでキコの心が封じられているって分かったんだよ。
These things would be utterly impossible for vessels if they had hearts. Well, now that I know, that's why they're sealed off.
記憶に関してはちょっとわからないけど、もしあれば心らしきものが出るんじゃないかな。
I'm not sure about their memories. I guess if they have memories, they also have something resembling a heart.
ほら、前に記憶を取り戻したキコがうっかり心もって話をしたよね。だから記憶があればそれとなく気づくはずだよ。
Past vessels who regain their memories would let it slip when they talked. You can just kind of tell when they have their memories. Something resembling a heart. I couldn't see Yoichi's threads, but that was probably only because his heart had just started to come back.
そういえば君は感情が糸という形で見えるんだったね。
Speaking of which, you can see emotions in the forms of threads, right?
俺も君のように見る力があればキコか人間なのか区別がつくんだけど、残念ながらそういう力は俺にはないからな。
If I had the power to see like you, I could tell who's a vessel and who's a human, but unfortunately I don't.
知らないキコに自分は人間なんだって言われたら疑わずに信じちゃうだろうね。
If a vessel I didn't know told me they were human, I wouldn't even question it. I'm the only one who can see threads. To a normal human like Miyagi, vessels and humans were no different. It probably would have taken me so much longer to realize Yoichi was a vessel if I were like Miyagi. I might still think he was no different from a human to this day. Truthfully, there was no visible difference between vessels and humans other than their threads.
感情がわからないと付き合うのが大変だよね。源十郎は真面目だからいいとして、与一と付き合うのは大変じゃないかい？
It must be hard being around someone whose emotions you don't understand. Genjiro's probably fine as he's such a serious guy, but isn't it hard being around Yoichi? Hard?
うん。与一はキコにしては自由気ままな性格だろ？それでもキコだし、任務優先で動いてるはずなんだけど、頻繁に水茶屋なんかで休んでいるって聞くしね。
He's pretty free-spirited for a vessel, don't you think? He's still a vessel, so the mission always comes first, but I hear he takes constant tea stall breaks.
それも任務なのか、ただ休みたいだけなのか。人間や形人のように感情が見えれば楽だろうなと思ったんだよ。
Could be part of his role. Could be that he just wants breaks. I figured it'd be much easier for you if you could read his emotions like a human or a form folk. Easier. I've been parroting what Miyagi had been saying for a little while. That's never occurred to me. I actually found it easier to interact with vessels over humans or form folk precisely because I couldn't see their threads. With humans and form folk, I tend to look at the threads around their necks and react based on the colors they are. It's never felt all that difficult to me. In the beginning, I used to worry about how to act around them when I couldn't see the color of their threads and tell how they felt. But Yoichi told me to value my own feelings over other people, didn't he? If a human or a form folk had said the same thing to me, I would have looked at their neck. And I would have acted based on the color of their threads again, based on the way the other person felt. Thinking of it that way, I probably interacted with vessels more naturally than anyone else. I can see how you might think that, but I actually find it easy to be around vessels. Between the Castletown team's 2 members, I've spent more time with Yoichi since we share the same public workplace. Being around him hasn't been hard at all. It's actually been a lot of fun getting to know Yoichi. I never would have known what this felt like if I were still living alone in the mountains. I'm really grateful to the Onuaban and Lord Yoshimun for allowing me to meet Yoichi. Thank you so much.
君?
Leah? I heard a surprised voice speaking over my lowered head.
ほら、顔を上げて。君が与一を大切に思っているのはよくわかったから。
Come on, lift your head. I can tell Yoichi means a lot to you.
しかし、まさか君が与一をね。キコを振り向かせるのは大変だろうけど、俺は応援するよ。
Thanks, Miyagi. I can't believe you see him that way, though. It'll be difficult to get a vessel to far for you, but you got my support. Thanks. Wait, how did you know that?
逆に聞くけど、どうしてわからないと思ったんだい？
Let me ask you this. Why do you think I wouldn't be able to tell? Yeah. Is it that obvious?
そうだね。
Sure is.
むしろ気づかない方がおかしいよ。まあ、これは俺が人間で妻がいるからっていうのもあるんだろうけどね。
It'd be weird if I didn't. I'm a human and I have a wife of my own, you know.
源十郎だったら気づかないし、清彦もそういうのは鈍感だから気づかないんじゃないかな。
Genjiro probably hasn't realized it yet, and neither has Kiyohiko, since he can be really dense when it comes to stuff like this.
余一が君を避けているのは、君の行為にどう対応したらいいのかわからないからかもしれないね。
Yoichi's probably avoiding you because he's not sure how to deal with your feelings.
君も知っての通り、キコは対良いかのためだけに作られている。だから本来、好意を向けられても迷わず切り捨ててるはずだ。
As you know, vessels are created solely to vanquish Blightfall. Typically, they would shun affection without any hesitation.
それをしないってことは、余一の中で君は特別な存在だってことだろうね。
The fact that Yoichi isn't means you must be special to him.
キコが誰かを特別に感じるのかっていう疑問はあるけど、そうでなければ今の余一の行動に説明がつかない。
Part of me doubts that a vessel would find anyone special, but his behavior is difficult to explain otherwise. What should I do, Miyagi?
それは俺にもわからない。
What do I do? You're married, you have a
君はどうしたん
3-year-old?
だい？
That I don't know. What do you want to do? I like Yoichi. Yoichi said he didn't believe me, but I'd love to tell him one more time that I really do like him. That, and I'd like to apologize for hurting his feelings. Yoichi has a heart even if I can't see his threads. It's not up to me to decide whether or not somebody has a heart. That's up to whoever the heart belongs to. I want to talk to Yoichi. I'm gonna go see him right now.
よく言
Bye.
ったね。でももう少しで夕方になるから、良い子には十分気をつけて。
Well put. It'll be dusk soon, so watch out for Blightfall. She's like, I got a dagger up my sleeve. It's fine. I will. I gave him a big nod before running to Yanagi Brewery at full sprint. Is he there? Alright, I know I said I was going to beat today's game before I left, but I have a little bit of a headache. And I have food on its way since I did not eat before I started streaming. So I will finish this tomorrow. We're on chapter 7. I think that means we have 2 chapters left anyways. So we're pretty darn close to the end of it. It did the same thing. I keep forgetting that the beginning of the chapter has no music just to ruin my chances of me not forget to save like I did last time. That was funnier. But yeah, so thank you so much for joining me tonight. I will be finishing this tomorrow or Sunday, and if I make no promises on it. If it's tomorrow, it'll be afternoon, so probably about the same time I came on today. And then if it's Sunday, I actually have no clue what time it'll be. There's a lot of stuff going down on Sunday. We're trying to get the rest of our holiday shopping done. We have a food thingy we're doing in the afternoon, and then question mark wrapping gifts. And then I have cookies I want to make this week. So it'll be sometime on Sunday or Saturday. I'm gonna lean closer to Saturday because I can do whatever I can do whatever I want. Technically, I can do whatever I want on Sunday, but there's a lot going on Sunday, so I don't want to get confused. So thank you so much for joining me. If you're watching this on YouTube and you'd like to see my newer stuff, you can visit me on Twitch. And if you're checking this out on Twitch, you can see all my older VODs on YouTube. I upload everything on there. Thank you so much for joining me tonight. Have a lovely time. Bye!